Troy Tulowitzki. That's not going to happen. He was a great player, an all-star, a Gold Glove winner. But I think with Reyes, what you don't realize, folks, 471 stolen career bases, 115 home runs in his career, and 602 RBIs. This is a pretty good player. And yesterday at Wrigley Field, showed up the next day, puts on the uniform, grabs number 7, says hello to a few teammates, including Eddie Butler, goes out after his conversation with Cargo, and I thought, you get a tough nod, Jack. You get Lester. I mean, anybody but Lester, right? He gets the base hit out of the deal, the line drive to left field for a base hit. He does steal a base yesterday in the ballgame. He didn't get caught, but he did steal a base. So I think it's not like you're bringing up a young kid that's untested. This is a proven all-star.
Lots of good actions yesterday, both at the plate and in the field. You're right, George. I mean, a guy who the Rockies feel can help this team. I don't know if anybody can help the team better than Carlos Gonzalez is doing right now. What a month of July for Cargo.
Oh, it's incredible. His average is at 383. That's 6th best. You look at the home runs, the RBIs, what he has been able to pull off. If he's not the player of the month, something's wrong with the voting categories, I can tell you that. The home run at home against the Cincinnati Reds, he drove it out of the ballpark. He got a ball against the Chicago Cubs, a deep home run to the opposite field. The thing I noticed, healthy, the finger's healthy, the knee's healthy, the high leg kick's there. You can see him driving power with the baseball any and anywhere on the plate that it's offered. Yesterday, the opposite field home run into left center field, not easy to do when you're at Wrigley Field.
And not easy to do when John Lester had the kind of cutter going that he did yesterday, but Cargo got all of it, to say the least. For more on this fine month of July for Carlos Gonzalez, let's bring in the next member of our broadcast team here in St. Louis, Mark Stout.
All right, Jack and George, and not easy to do considering the trading deadline is a day away, and Carlos Gonzalez, there's been speculation as to whether he'll be dealt. But when I asked him about his mental state right now, he started by talking about Walt Weiss.
I'm really thankful for, the manager that we have. Walt is he's a really close friend to everybody in this clubhouse. The front office, they always been really good to me communicating. So far, everything is good. It's not something that I need, because at the same time, I'm a professional. I'm trying to show up every day and trying to be the best I can for this Rockies team. I enjoy playing with all my teammates, and I'm not worried about anything. I'm not worried about anything. What's going to happen in the future. Right now, I just worry about what we have right now, and this is our time. We just got to continue to play good baseball.
Obviously, he can't control the future. He comes to the park with a smile on his face, and that's the way he's been playing in this month. Let's hope it continues tonight against the Cardinals, guys.
Without question, Mark, in that regard. And the Rockies are hoping to do what they did in Denver against the Cardinals. That's when they took 2 of 3 from St. Louis. Big series by DJ and Nolan. They want more this weekend. Late July here along the Mississippi River. That usually means steamy, and we will have that tonight here at Busch Stadium as the Rockies open up the first of 4 against the first place in the Central Division, St. Louis Cardinals. Charlie Blackmon having a wonderful year, will be in that usual leadoff spot for the Rockies against a very tough customer on the mound. Let's take a look at the rest of the Rockies lineup, brought to us by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Jose Reyes settling into the 2 spot in the lineup right now for manager Walt Weiss. Carlos Gonzalez, Nolan Arenado, and Corey Dickerson, the big 3 in the middle. You see DJ LeMahieu hitting 6. Walt likes him in a run-producing spot with Paulson and Hundley rounding out the position players that will do their best against this guy, George.
They will, and it's going to be difficult. He pitched very well in Colorado and Denver, 6 1/3 there. What he has been able to do, and they first brought him up, it was in a playoff situation. They ran him out of the bullpen, and then they said, hey, he's a rotation piece for us, and he has taken off, an all-star. You look at a record of 11-4, the strikeouts were more than 1 per inning. 119 1/3, 121 strikeouts, just 99 hits given up. And the impressive side of it with me, too, out of his 18 starts this year, 15 have been termed quality.
Yeah, the Cardinals are 15-3 when Carlos Martinez is on the mound. Cardinals, a big injury last night. The former Rocky Matt Holliday. We'll talk about that as the night goes along, as Martinez gets the game underway with a strike. He's among the league leaders in most categories. He was the final vote winner to make the National League All-Star squad. Charlie Blackmon, who has the numbers that deserve to look for the midseason classic, awaits a 1-1, and he starts the ball game just the way the Rockies would like, with a solid single to right.
He's going to attack you with a fastball, slider, and changeup. And if you can get to it early and he makes a mistake in the middle of the plate where you can get some extension, particularly left-handed hitters, you can do some damage against Martinez, and that's what Charlie did here.
And the Rockies say that they will not change their approach to a running game, even with the best catcher in baseball behind the plate in Yadier Molina. Here's Jose Reyes. He's a switch hitter.
Molina so far 16 of 23 would-be base stealers have been thrown out by Yadier Molina. And he's a guy that can throw from the knees. He's a guy that can spread out and make the plays.
Blackmon 3rd in the league in stolen bases with 27. And Martinez misses again, 2-0. Jose 1 for 3 plus a walk in his Rockies debut. He hit .285 with the Blue Jays. And in his career, the batting average virtually identical. .291 as a left-hander, .290 as a right-handed hitter.
And that's a rarity. Typically one is stronger than the other. A protected swing for Charlie. Molina's going to get it. Make that 17 of 24 now that he has thrown out. I thought, looking at this, Martinez has 7 wild pitches. Molina has 25 when he's been behind the plate. Charlie with a very good jump, but you got the velocity to make up for that from Martinez in the throw. Perfect.
Yeah, that was the thing. Johnny Peralta didn't have to do anything but put the glove in place.
And remember, Molina did that with a protective swing by Jose Reyes when he just kind of swung the bat over the top of the ball to try to protect Charlie.
And a remarkable player behind the dish, hasn't he? 2-2 coming to Reyes. And he'll slap a base hit to left field. I like the approach there by Jose. Down in the count, didn't try to do too much on that ball running away from him.
And that's what they want you to do. They want you to try to do what you said, Jack, too much. Try to jump on the off-speed pitch and try to pull it to the other side. That was an elevated fastball. And with Peralta shading up the middle, he just slapped it through.
One up and one down yesterday for Jose trying to steal. He was 16 out of 18 with the Blue Jays. Carlos Gonzalez now. That'll make the chairs. Cargo, if you could be any better than he has been in July, wow.
24 RBIs to go with those 11 home runs. That's leads Major League Baseball. An .864 slugging percentage leads Major League Baseball.
And the batting average almost 400.
Yeah. Trying to come inside. He missed with his location. Got a swing and miss from Cargo.
He's had 11 straight quality starts, Martinez. You know, with the loss of Adam Wainwright, guys like Martinez have made it seem like Wainwright's still here.
He has, and I think what Walker's been able to do, Lackey's been throwing the ball extremely well. They pride themselves, obviously, on the development of their pitching staff through the minor leagues and owning their AA and AAA teams. In Memphis, it's only 3 hours, 4 hours from here. Springfield's 3 hours away. Makes it a very convenient type operation for them.
Short lead for Reyes at first. 2-2 now on Cargo. Well, and as often happens when a hitter's going as well as Cargo is, all of a sudden you're so keen with your batting eye. Balls you might have chased 3 weeks ago, a month ago. Now you're going, I don't need to swing at that.
Now stay off of it. Get a pitch you can drive somewhere. They're going to the outside corner again.
And you can spoil pitches that are pretty good ones when you might swing through them when times are tough. I thought he made some great comments tonight with Mark Stout that you heard on our pregame report. He said, you know, I'm a professional. I'm out here to try and win games. I'm not going to worry about the rumors.
Yeah, well, you can't. You got to go play the game.
And he's worked the count full.
Yeah, the slider that time. How about this? You know, right before we went air, I said to Jack and I said to Dougie, Marino's with us on the trip, and I said, Doug, how many guys have stole over 450 bases and over 100 home runs? Only 20 in the history of the game, and Reyes is one of those.
Let's see if he goes on the 3-2 pitch. He does not, and it's a swing and a miss on an off-speed delivery.
Looked like a changeup. Ball faded away from Cargo. Not what you're expecting from a hard thrower like Martinez. It shows you the maturity that has happened to Carlos Martinez to be able to throw a 3-2 strike changeup.
I think you could see Cargo go, wow.
Yeah, where'd this come from? And a lot of that is credit to the guy behind the plate with Molina. Making a pitcher believe in his stuff and what he can do.
Nolan Arenado will try and pick up Cargo with 2 outs and Reyes at first. Nolan, I think, just a personal opinion, was affected more about the rumors regarding Tulo than Tulo was.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the 1-2 punch. It's been here for a long time. And I think that's part of it. You know, you kind of look back at it and you're saying to yourself, hey, we came here together, the World Series, that whole deal that went on of trying to get things done.
Yeah. I know, talking with Walt Weiss yesterday, he said he was really pleased on Tuesday that Nolan came in with a spring in his step and had a 2-run double in the first inning of the win Tuesday night.
I think what you realize as a player, stars are going to get traded, teammates are going to get traded, but that doesn't mean you're not going to be friends. That doesn't mean you can't continue to text, continue to call, email each other. Saw you swing the bat last night. All those things that still get carried on a lot, because when they're at this star status, they do their work separately. They come to the park, they prepare separately. That's how what stars do. I mean, baseball players do that every day.
With the modern technology, a lot easier to keep track of friends on other teams.
And these two have faced each other an awful lot. As Nolan Arenado was in the Texas League in Tulsa, and the Martinez was a starter at the time for AA Springfield. There's not a lot of new tricks when you throw 96 to 98 miles an hour. Slider, the changeup has obviously improved. Guys like Martinez, you battle to get to a hitter's count or to a count you think you can think along with him and capitalize on it.
Well, he's spoiled a couple of pitches here. If nothing else, the Rockies extend Martinez a little bit. 20 pitches here in this first frame.
And they need to play better in St. Louis. It's a 4-game set. The Rockies since 2010 are 3-14 in St. Louis. The last time they swept this ball club, they did it in a series back in 2010.
Reyes runs, and it's hit well into the left field corner. And with Jose's speed, he's going to score without a throw. An RBI double for Nolan Arenado, and the Rockies take a 1-0 lead.
They're going to want to look at the pitch on a replay. It appeared to be a slider that forgot to slide. It stayed right in the hitting zone for Nolan, and he made him pay for it. Arenado comes up with his 78th RBI of the year as he drove in Jose Reyes after the single by Reyes. Another look at this pitch. You can see on the fourth strike zone they'd worked him throughout. This is a fastball down and in at 97. Nolan turns on it, drives it all the way down into the corner, and the chase started. Scotty gets to the baseball, but then the speed of Reyes pays off. We talked about his stolen bases, and he's able to jog into the plate. It's a 1-0 lead.
I'm going to ask you a question here, George. We'll get this first pitch in to Corey Dickerson. Do you think Jose ran on his own there, or do you think that was called from the dugout?
Well, I think he ran on his own. When you have a base stealer with that many bases, he can know and pick his spots and know what he does. The Rockies 30-12 when they score first. That's a good sign for things to happen to come in this ball game.
The fact that he was running made it a no-doubter that he would score.
Well, I like the way he cut the bases.
1-1 on Dickerson.
Yeah, a chance to add one with Corey at the plate.
Had the day off yesterday. You had Lester on the mound, but also working him back in after coming back from the DL. No sense pushing the issue early on. Tell the other thing, and I know you and I, we've seen a few games, George. I don't recall until the last year or two the number of hitters that end up on one knee sometimes after a swing.
Back in our day, Reggie Jackson, the back legger,
right,
would drop to that back knee, and I don't know why. The balance either comes out, they go down to try to get a low pitch. Maybe it's a way to stop to keep them falling off or falling on your backside.
Martinez gets a couple of strikeouts, but the Rockies score first. Cardinals to face Chris Russin when we come back. give the Rockies the early advantage here in St. Louis, and on our Toyota Talk, looks like a natural in purple. Well, good start to say the least for Jose Reyes. Matt Carpenter will lead things off for the Cardinals, who are trying to get their offense going on this homestand. This is the rest of the Southwest Airlines starting lineup for Mike Matheny, brought to us by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Randall Grichuk has had a good season. So has Colton Wong. You see, if you go down to that number 8 spot, Stephen Piscotty playing left field. Matt Holliday re-injuring that right quad and back on the disabled list. The Cardinals are saying they hope to have him back before the postseason.
Yeah, and they just changed out. When they got Brandon Moss in the trade, he took Matt's place on the roster. 2 games that Chris has started against the Cardinals in his career. He's 1-0, 0.82 earned run average. Only 1 run allowed in 11 1/3 innings. What I thought interesting, too, of a ball club that has won as many games as the Cardinals, 64 coming in. They're 12-13 against left-handed starters. It kind of surprised me a little bit with Matt Holliday, even though he missed 31 games. With Holliday, Peralta, even Mark Reynolds at first base. Carpenter has struggled of late. 22 innings of scoreless baseball for the St. Louis Cardinals offense, which over that time frame, they've hit .229 as a team. They are 29th in baseball, only behind the Cubs.
You have to go back about 10 days for them to have scored more than 4 runs in a game.
Crazy. On this offense.
And even with the shift, Carpenter gets it by DJ. It almost looked, and you get a little bit of sun there at second base with this earlier start. It looked like DJ wasn't sure on that baseball.
I agree with you. I think there was a lot of shadows that got into DJ because his reaction was so late to the ball. Typically, you see a very quick reaction to the ball. Watch DJ. You can see him up in your right-hand corner of your screen. When the ball's hit, it was a reaction like he thought the ball was right next to him, and it was actually a couple of feet farther away.
So like the Rockies, the Cardinals get the leadoff man on, and now here's the young outfielder, Randall Grichuk.
Good player, starting to show some power, has taken over the center field position with John Jay on the DL.
That'll go foul. The Cardinals do not run all that much. Hayward and Wong are the big base stealers. Carpenter has 3. He's been caught a couple of times.
They do a lot more hit and run at the top of their order. Then he likes to put the runners in motion.
With Matt Holliday's absence, they have to tweak the top of the order. Quickly 0-2 on Grichuk. Normally Wong sitting in that 2 hole, and then you're getting Holliday and Peralta, but with Matt out, they slot Grichuk up there, and the young second baseman Wong, who you see there in the on deck circle, becomes very important to them in terms of run production. Chris Russin, most lefties do a decent job of controlling the running game anyway, but I think Chris in particular, more so with changing his hold times, George, than a particularly great move.
Lou Brock bobblehead night's coming up tomorrow, and Lou told me when I first came to the big leagues, as far as helping me knowing how to hold runners on, he said hold the ball longer one time, shorter the next time. Base runners get fidgety. And he said the longer you can get them in a locked position, their muscles get tenser. Everything about it becomes a positive for the pitcher, not the base stealer.
Almost had him leaning. I think Jorge De La Rosa, not so much at second, but at first base, I think his hold times have made him better at taking care of the running game.
Well, no question, and the way he paces the game.
Good block there by Nick Hundley on the breaking ball that bounced in front of home plate.
Well, we bragged an awful lot on Molina, as we should have, but Hundley this year, 19 of 34 would-be base stealers, just 4 pass balls on the year. A good example of this with the runner on, give the body up, take it off the shield, and keep it out in front of him.
I loved how he curved the shoulder there to make sure it stayed in front of him.
If you stay back and flat, it's going to ricochet off the other way.
Not able to cut it off, but got to it quickly enough to hold Carpenter, but the Cardinals trying to answer right back.
Now they've been waiting on this offense to break out. You'd hoped it's not against Chris. He throws the cutter, tried to get it underneath the hands. It looked like it stayed out a little bit too much, and that's what happened. That's how you keep that ball fair. If the cutter starts to the outside, comes to the middle versus middle to the inside corner on a right-hander.
Grichuk, who has been very hot, really into the All-Star break and out, continues his strong work. And Carlos Gonzalez needs his sunglasses. You can see the sun, and there are portals in Busch Stadium. It was one of the things they kept, at least in terms of the design of the new part from the previous one. And with the 6:15 start time, Central Daylight Time here tonight, the sun much more of a factor here in the early innings.
Well, I think in the old ballpark you had the arches, and these are kind of semi-arches, and so that's right. When that sun starts to set, it'll give fits to center and right early in the ball game. We saw earlier too on the ground ball to DJ LeMahieu that he had a tough time doing it. Then Cargo put the flip-on sunglasses, but he's going to flip them down all the way maybe to start this thing.
Colton Wong, the left-handed hitting second baseman. Rockies will keep the infield back except for Arenado. You can see Nolan just a little bit behind the bag, but well off the line, trying to cover the hole over there with Jose up the middle.
Last 8 ball games, the Cardinals have hit 198 as a team.
This down the line could be trouble, except it's going to hook.
Think about this, 2.3 runs per game, 161 with runners in scoring position as the situation presents itself now. And they're 5-3 because the team ERA is 2.
Wong with 42 RBIs. And 2 men in scoring position here. And this will score the run. Good play by Reyes. It's a 1-1 game. Rockies get an out, plus they keep Grichuk at second base.
And this may be a situation where Chris decides, I'm going to make him hit my pitch, and if I walk him, I walk him. And I'll go left on left with Hayward and try to get the double play ball, instead of allowing Peralta to hurt you in the ball game. As a pitcher, you got to pitch your way through the trouble in a positive way every time.
Peralta has been huge since signing as a free agent with the Cardinals from Detroit.
A lot of people question whether, because he had been suspended in Detroit, missed 55 games for PED use, and when he came to St. Louis and they gave him the 5-year or 4-year $55 million contract, some people questioned the Cardinals. He's been the same guy. He has driven on a lot of runs, played a very good defense at shortstop for them.
Well, Only Brandon Crawford of the Giants has more homers than the 14 by Peralta. Crawford with 15 for San Francisco.
Well, what a player he's turned himself into, an offensive player to go with one of the best defensive shortstops in the game.
They're still trying to figure out in San Francisco how to grow outfielders, but between Panic and Crawford and Duffy, 3 homegrown infielders have really helped them out. That was a pretty good cutter there, way in on the hands. That's probably the pitch he wanted to throw to Richard.
I'd agree with you, Jack. I think it's the one that you have to throw. And as I explained a minute ago, you throw it. If you throw it from the outside corner to the middle, it becomes flat and a pretty hittable pitch. And by going to the middle of the plate in, you get that a little bit more extension on it. And when you get extension on the cutter, it not only stays a hard right turn in on the hitter, but it starts to go down some. That's when you get the ball on the ground.
Another good block by Nick Hundley. Rockies got a single from Blackman in the top of the inning. He was thrown out trying to steal. Jose Reyes singled. And then with 2 outs, Nolan Arenado drove him home with a double. Cardinals have countered here with a single, a double, and a ground out to tie the ball game in this initial frame. Count evens on Peralta. A little bit of a breeze tonight. Looks like it's blowing towards the right side of the ballpark. Temperature in the upper 80s at first pitch. Got him. Big strikeout for Chris Russin in the second out here in the first.
Now, a really good pitch after pounding in with the cutter and even missing on the inside part. All of a sudden, Chris elevates the pitch up and away. And by throwing it up, see that late tail and away from him. Look how quick he pulled off of the pitch. And that front shoulder left and lost his power to the outside corner.
That's one thing for this Cardinals team. They do strike out a lot.
John Mabry is the hitting coach, longtime friend of Mike Matheny, the manager.
Russin gets ahead of Jason Hayward, the former Atlanta Brave.
He's working quite well on his free agent year. Stealing some bases, driving in runs. I know that Mabry, he's baffled by the failure of this offense over the last 8 ball games. And I laughed because somebody from the Cardinal organization said, man, you're in here to watch us. We're not swinging. I said, stop. You have 64 wins.
Yeah. Best home record in baseball.
Right. There's no reason for that.
He gets ahead of Hayward. Russin in the left on left. Jason Hayward maybe a little bit unfairly had the great breakout year with the Braves, and again he's one of those guys who then had the huge spotlight on him, and maybe more than the talent pool said. This is a very solid player. Hundley will have to throw it to first in time, and a good job by Chris Russin. After a couple of leadoff hits, the Cardinals only get 1. Your hometown Toyota stores. Let's go places. By Courtyard by Marriott, Western elegance in the cultural heart of the city. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Back here in St. Louis, along the banks of Old Man River, the great Mississippi. Great shot there. The sun heading towards the horizon with the arch. This is.
Well, I remember coming here as a kid and seeing my sister, who moved here in 1964, and I was 8 or 9 years old. And we go to the River Jack, we get on the Admiral. It was an old steamship, and you would eat dinner, go down, and they'd make a turn and come back up and drop you off. Pretty good memories. Now it's a casino.
Modern reality.
Yeah.
Now, last year, for all the years I've come to St. Louis, last year my wife and I, we did do the arch tour.
Ooh, not me. Not unless you give me a parachute when I go up there.
Some outstanding views, to say the least.
Well, the run scored by the St. Louis Cardinals, still hard for me to even fathom this. 22 innings they've gone without scoring a run. Against Cincinnati, which has some pretty good pitching, but still, you know, with their offense and the type of ball club, you'd think they'd get a few more on the board.
Yeah, one thing tonight, and I'm just trying to think back to the game where Martinez beat the Rockies in Denver. The Rockies already, George, a lot of foul balls, meaning at least early on here, they're on the pitches a little better.
Well, I think they're seeing it better here a little bit, maybe. That was a day game at Coors Field. First time of seeing him. I think he was effectively wild that day, where he'd pop you high and in and then all of a sudden paint the outside corner.
Another full count for Martinez. And Mr. Right Field starts a new streak with a leadoff single.
I don't think he knew how to do it any other way. That's outstanding. Just a nice piece of hitting, and I think that's what the Rockies are doing tonight against Martinez, making sure that you don't have try to do too much. If the pitch is away, let's go away. If the pitch is in, sometimes you can fight it away. That pitch started to run down and in. Martinez not sharp with his command to either side of the plate, and the Rockies are making him pay. Fourth hit of the ball game.
DJ fourth in the league in hits with 116. Ben Paulson, the hitter. You and I were talking before the game, boy. Ben has taken advantage of the opportunity, hasn't he?
Well, you know, I've watched him so long at the minor league level, and he never wore it. I mean, I'm sure inner thoughts. Am I ever going to get a chance? I got Todd Helton. Now I got Justin Morneau. And now, am I ever going to get this opportunity? He came up last year with an injury and performed really well, pinch hit well, came to spring training, ready to assume one of those spots, and didn't get it. Went to AAA, swung the bat well, and then he gets back to the big leagues. He's hit 291 with 7 and 27. Pretty impressive.
Done a nice job defensively as well. Not to the Helton level, but holding his own defensively.
Well, I don't know how many guys are going to do it to that level.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, that's, you know, you're talking about a guy that Jack is just. I remember one year there were 64 balls in the dirt that ended up an out. Phenomenal player.
You know, it's one of the things sometimes, especially with the Rockies still being a young franchise, that you sit there and start to compare right away guys at the same position, and you forget you might have a once in a generation type player. Martinez gets his third strikeout. You know, one more note on Todd. Doug Marino always gets us quick information. Todd's fielding percentage 5th all time among major league first basemen.
There's been a few good ones.
Yeah. So if you're 5th all time, it's another reason why he should be in the Hall.
I think that's why he's a good putter now. He's got those soft hands. Todd, I'm bragging on your golf game now, so you know, obviously
he's begging for strokes, Todd.
Yeah, that's exactly
what it is.
Right.
Dick Cunley with a couple of big blocks in that bottom of the first to keep the Cardinals from getting a big inning. And when George talks about a team with just one run now in its last 22 innings, when you don't allow a bigger rally, all of a sudden those thoughts of man, we've got to do something, stay there, rather than okay, here we go again.
Oh, I'd agree 100%. Start to force the issue a lot.
The relationship with this guy and Rockies hitting coach Blake Doyle, what a pairing it has been for Nick's career. He's having just career numbers this season. Very, very solid with the bat.
Believing in your coach of what he's trying to do, and it's hard for a major league player, even a player that's recently signed out of college where he's had tremendous amount of success, and a coach tells you you need to do this to tweak that in order to get to the next level or to be that persistent. And after you've been an established major leaguer the way Nick was, and then they say, hey, I think this will work for you, and then they see the results, and you become a very firm believer.
LeMahieu with a big jump. It's a strikeout as DJ gets a stolen base, his 13th. Back-to-back punch-outs for Martinez. The Rockies get a man in scoring position.
Big jump. You can look at it again. High leg kick. And at that time, Martinez was not quick. No throw from Molina whatsoever. But again, you know, you're thinking, I got Chris Rushing coming to the plate. Well, 190 hitter with two RBIs. You say 190, that's pretty good for a pitcher. Guy that can swing the bat a little bit.
He's an athletic player. He tries to bunt, and it's going to be a base hit. Boy, it looked, I don't know, 60-degree or 63-degree lob wedge there. I mean, that ball hit and bit in the soft turf in front of home plate.
Nobody anticipated him doing that, including Martinez, and the ball came off on the first base side, and Martinez took off after this baseball. Looked like his knee locked up out front as he got close to this ball. Do I dive or do I not dive? He tears up the tape, misses the bat, but then kind of limp back towards the screen. First and third, and Charlie Blackmon up, who had a hit in his first at bat. I like what's happened.
The Rockies staying aggressive here. They were that way throughout. I mean, yesterday John Lester was really on, and yet that was a ball game the Rockies could have won.
Yeah, 3-2 ball game. They struck out 16 times yesterday.
Charlie Blackmon very good with 2 outs and a man in scoring position this year.
And Martinez, how about this number, Jack? Prior to that base hit back in the first with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position, 2 for 37 is what he is now. It's a pretty big number.
He's missed with the first 2, and he looks a little frustrated out there, reading the body language. As George talked in the at-bat with DJ, who's at third now, with Russin at first. The command not there yet for Martinez. Let off speed again, just like they did to Gonzalez.
What he does on the slider and the changeup, he really does a good job of keeping his lower half and his front side on line to Yadier Molina behind the plate. When he peels to the left side to go get a little more on his extra on his fastball, he's leaving him a little bit earlier. The arm gets out a little flatter, and it's sailing out away from the left-handed hitter.
Broken bat. Carpenter will get him. Busted Blackmon inside, literally. And the Rockies can't regain the lead. Midway through Stadium in St. Louis. The Cardinals are going to be without their anchor in the middle. Matt Holliday back on the DL again. That right quad that he initially hurt in Denver got hurt again last night. And by the time Matt got to the dugout, he ended up having to take a seat on the floor. It's a partially torn right quad, and the Cardinals saying today they're confident they'll have him back before the playoffs, but that's what you're supposed to say.
Yeah, and he missed 31 games with the last injury. Molina, a career .284 hitter, currently .284.
And he'll lead off this Cardinals second against Chris Russin. One of the things that Yadi has done different than his brothers, he's the smallest of the three Molina brothers, and as his career has gone along, he'll get another base hit. He has dropped weight every season. This is about as small as I've seen him.
Kept himself in a lot better shape during the offseason, so he feels like he can carry it through the regular season. And what I like, he doesn't try to do a lot with the bat. You don't see a big swing out of Molina.
Yeah, just the 2 homers this year, but the solid batting average. And again, Chris Russin will have to deal with the leadoff man on. I thought that was one of the good things for the Rockies pitching yesterday. Eddie Butler and the guys out of the bullpen. The Cubs had the leadoff man on in all but 1 inning yesterday, and
well, that makes it hard on you.
And they only scored the 3 runs.
Good way to control it, but that makes it hard to start an inning off with the guy standing at first and nobody out. It leaves so many options for the opposing manager to do different things.
Mark Reynolds, who may share some time at first base with the just acquired Brandon Moss, who's a left-handed hitter. 1 ball, 1 strike on Reynolds.
I'm trying to think, in the National League Central, the Cubs have Lester and 1 other left-handed starter. The Pirates have a couple of left-handed starters. Lariano's one of those. And Locke is a left-hander with the Pirates. You'll see that Reynolds will get to play a number of games against the left-handed pitching, maybe. They also said today Matt Adams was on the field playing catch. So he's starting to be able to do some baseball activities now. They're also saying he's probably not going to be ready to maybe just pinch hit in the back end of September.
He had surgery on, there's Matt, on his quad problem. Two and 2 here on Reynolds. I mean, when Mark was signed by the Cardinals in the offseason, it was to give them somebody if Adams was going to need a blow or against certain left-handers. And of course, when Matt went down in late May, it made Reynolds essentially their everyday first baseman.
Well, I think, too, to add to that, I think they felt like he could go to left field if they needed to have him go out there and play a little bit of the outfield, play third base in an emergency, his original position. But again, it's the right-handed bat late in the game. Well, Moss is here. He's in uniform.
Cardinals traded a good pitching prospect. Guy taken in the first round last year, 28 pick, Rob Kaminsky, to get Moss from Cleveland.
The crazy thing about that, John Mozeliak has traded away 9 first-round draft picks to restock this ball club.
I didn't realize it was that many.
In 9.
Wow. Reynolds, with his propensity to strike out, you doubt that Molina would run. He's not. We're getting word, and we'll keep updating you on trades, but we're getting word that the Houston Astros are going to be the new employers of Carlos Gomez, along with Mike Fiers.
I wonder about the Carlos Gomez going to Houston because of the job done in center field. They've got a good center field. Yeah. I guess his hip passed their medical.
This will make the chairs. Well, I think when they get George Springer back, they like Springer more in right field. And they've been using former Cardinal Colby Rasmus and some others in center. But Gomez certainly an upgrade in that regard. And
well, he's going to hit the long ball. He's going to do a lot of things for them. As Doug Melvin starts to dismantle, he hasn't gotten rid of the two guys he wanted, Garza and Loesch, two big numbers.
And strike three call. Reynolds maybe hoping a little bit. And the home plate umpire, Paul Nart, the crew chief, said, no, I like that one.
Well, he's throwing everything away, and then he comes back with a changeup. I know it looks like a curveball, but it's a circle change on the outside corner, something obviously Reynolds wasn't expecting. Chris Rushton makes the pitch to get the out. Good job.
Third strikeout for Chris. Now here's Stephen Piscotty. He'll get a lot of time in the absence of Matt Holliday. In his minor league career, about a .290 hitter. Not a lot of home runs. Not every 10 games with a long ball. 39 homers in 390 games.
But, you know, it's interesting to hear Mike Matheny, as I was home this past week, talk about Piscotty, and he said, you know, they come up and it's not about getting your chance because of what you've done or who wrote you up as a prospect. We expect you to contribute in some fashion when we bring you here, whether it is with the bat, the glove, pinch running late in games. I mean, Pete Cosma's hitting the .190, but he can play all three infield positions. He's a good runner on the base pass, so he's still on the ball club. Piscotty's up here because they feel like he could be a contributor to the team.
You're in a pitcher's ballpark where runs at times can be harder to come by, so doing the little things have value, and he's going to have himself a base hit. For a 1-1 game in the bottom of the second, we have 9 hits in the game already.
A lot of contact being made on a guy that's 88-91 in Chris Rushton and a guy that's 94-98 in Carlos Martinez. A couple of doubles hit. Good pitch. I mean, it's that cutter again, and he tried to bring to the back foot of the right-handed hitter and then left out over the middle of the plate, and he just drove it right past Reyes into center field.
Carlos Martinez with a chance to help himself. Martinez has 4 sacrifice bunts on the year. Rockies certainly set up for that. And with Molina at second base, you have that chance to get the lead runner. Paulson's going to go to third and get it, and that'll be the only one. But you could hear Nick Hundley yelling 3-3-3, and Ben Paulson made a good play.
Pays so much to have an athletic first baseman and an athletic pitcher on the mound. I think it also helped Paulson to be able to square up the baseball, not have to spin around so much and throw the ball through the strike to Arenado. You start to do a little bit of the running game, even out of the respect you have to with Martinez at first. If they try to steal a run here, I don't think it's something that the Cardinals would do. They haven't done that before, but you got to plan defensively for it.
Yeah, the Cardinals a couple of years ago had almost ridiculous numbers with men in scoring position, and Carpenter was one of the key factors. Got a base hit in the first inning and scored the Cardinal run. And a guy by and large, George, where the left on left doesn't really affect him.
No, it's not going to. He's hit the ball very well either way you want to choose to send him to the plate in the matchups, which really helps Matheny late in the games.
One ball, one strike. Cardinals, thanks to Doug Marino's quick work, 2 years ago in 2013, remarkable as a team, hit .305 in clutch situations with 2 outs.
Doug, you know my next question. Who's leading it this year?
Carpenter trying to make it a big fly, and he does.
There was a lot of questions asked about Carpenter's slump that he's in. And Matheny said he hit 3 line drive outs yesterday, right at people. He's hit in the past, he'll hit in the future. He just hit into the future here against the Rockies, putting a 3-run home run on the board and having 50 RBIs now. And for Chris Russin on the year, that makes his 10th home run given up. And his starts with the Rockies.
To dead center field. And that 2-out offensive magic reborn for the Cardinals. Yeah, worked out of trouble after the 2 hits to start the first inning, allowing just 1 run, but couldn't escape here in the second.
Yeah, take another look. Left-handed hitter up, tried to spin a slider. You could see the hand work. He got around that one, Jack, and when you get around the slider, it flattens out and gets more on the plane of the bat of the hitter, and he took it deep, dead center field, 400 feet to the fence. It's about 20 beyond.
Yeah, the this sort of washing machine slider is usually deadly.
Yeah, it's not much fun. They either get so excited they pull it and hit it so hard foul about 100 feet, or they do damage on it.
You can see Chris still upset at himself, and we got a little bit of a delay. That foul ball got into the stands sharply, and I think they wanted to make sure everybody was okay. And Paul Nart, the crew chief and the home plate umpire, says, let's pick it back up. So let me ask you this then, George. In that circumstance, I know you have to have short-term memory as a pitcher, but the next time you're going to throw that slider to a guy with a little pop, is it in the back of your head?
Well, you sit and think to yourself, what did I make my mistake with? And Chris been around a while. It's no question it's in the back of your head, but you make sure the next time your finger's on the side of the ball, they're on top of the ball, and you kind of carry it forward more so you get that good hard slider away.
He gets Grichuk, but not before Matt Carpenter gives the Cardinals their first lead in 3 games.
is about to lead off here in this inning. And I hope you saw the pregame report. I got a chance to sit down with number 7, and I asked him about what he brings to the game, and it's all about being positive.
Be there on the field with my energy, because I'm the guy who bring a lot of energy every single day. You're never gonna see me down, no matter how good, how bad I do on the field, you're always gonna see with the same attitude.
And Jackie George, I talked to a lot of people about Jose in the clubhouse, and that's the word that came up all the time. Energy, a lot of energy, switch hitter. He can run. We'll talk about his speed. You mentioned it, 472 steals. Only one active player has more, and that's Ichiro. So let's see what he can get done here as he steps to the plate.
Base hit and scored the Rockies run in the first. At a momentary stop, the fan who got hit by that Grichuk foul ball is being helped to the first aid station, and the fans gave a big ovation as that fan's being helped to assistance. Well, he has spoiled some pitches against Martinez in these first 2 at bats.
Well, what I like, the Rockies have, even though trailing in the ball game, they fought off a lot of pitches. A lot of pitches. And to get a little bit more, you'll get the strikeout here.
Time now for the big hit presented by Mako. Turn the car you drive into the car you love. Boy, and Monday night, the belt by Cargo in the 9th inning. That, at the time, gave the Rockies the lead. It was his 2nd homer of the night. Cubs would come back and win it, but boy, Cargo, back to the Cargo we have grown to love. Gets another changeup. He struck out on a changeup his first time up. Nearly half of his homers here in July. 0-2.
Martinez looks like a different guy from what we watched the first couple of innings. Staying on line, staying down, both sides of the plate.
Elite can do
trying
that.
To come in with the heater on Cargo, and they get it in there. They'll get the ground ball to Reynolds. He'll flip it to Martinez.
Well, as we mentioned, this guy's had 10 straight quality starts, and while it's not an official stat anymore, if you'll remember, a quality start is 6 innings of allowing 3 runs or less, and his team has scored 4 for him, so I think he'd be pitching with some confidence.
Downside of that, when the Cardinals score 4, they are 42-8 with 3 or more runs in a ball game. Of course, that's a little pressure on your pitching staff if you had to go out every time and say, hey, just make sure they don't score 3.
Nolan, who knocked in the Rockies' run, down in the count here, 2 strikes. And you know the importance of pitching, especially in this ballpark. The Rockies have scored 53 more runs than the Cardinals in 2 fewer games, but it's the difference in the pitching. And Martinez is going to have his first 1-2-3 inning as he gets Nolan on the ground out. Middle of 3, Martinez and the Cards on top. by Matt Carpenter have the lead here in the bottom of the third. You can see all the pennants out there. Only the Yankees have won more World Series than the St. Louis Cardinals in their history.
And a lot of Hall of Famers here. As I mentioned, tomorrow's Lou Brock bobblehead day. Red Shandies will be in uniform numerous days, and players ask the questions, the respect of what Red has done in the game. Bob Gibson comes around.
Still, there is a good shot of Red from his playing days, and a longtime manager for the Cardinals as well. And there'll be another bloop base hit to lead off an inning. Carpenter did it in the first inning, Molina in the second, and Wong here in the third. And Chris Russin, I think, is a little frustrated.
Well, you make a pitch and get on guys' hands, and they're able to fight that off enough. Bloop it in no man's land, and you're thinking you're making really good pitches, yet it's costing you because they're not getting what you need.
Peralta, one of 4 strikeout victims for Russin. Well, we're just about in the center of the country, and the Show Me State of Missouri is showing everybody in the majors how to win games. The Cardinals with the best record in baseball, and the Kansas City Royals with the second best record. 3 fewer wins than the Cardinals, 64. Two strikes now on Peralta. I mentioned the Gomez trade. They finally got all the I's dotted and T's crossed in the 3-team trade with the Dodgers and the Braves and the Marlins. 13 players and a draft slot were included in that transaction. Playable for Ben Paulson. And Peralta's now 1 for his last 25. 1 out here in the Cardinal third. One of the things about that Dodgers deal, they got Michael Morse, who has a $14 million contract, and they've already designated him for assignment. So essentially they paid $14 million plus Matt Latos's contract for Matt Latos.
Crazy.
You and I were talking, somebody will pick up Michael Morse for the stretch.
Yeah, it's a great big bat. It's been pretty productive at times.
Wong, as we said, one of their better base stealers, 11 out of 16. So with 1 out here, I think Russin paying a little more attention. Mike Matheny maybe looking to get an action play underway. Hayward struck out his first time up. Alex Wood, Matt Latos, Luis Avilan, and Jim Johnson, 4 new pitchers, have all joined the Dodgers now. And not only Michael Morse, but they also designated for assignment Brandon Beachy, who they spent some money on in the offseason as he tries to come back from Tommy John, as well as one-time Rocky Chinwe Sal.
Sal had been up and down a couple of times and had not pitched well of late. It doesn't surprise me. He's 35 years old. He'll probably accept the assignment and go to AAA Oklahoma City.
There goes Wong. They've got him caught, and the throw is in time. There's that extra hold that we were talking about in the first inning, and it pays off for Chris Russin.
No question, as he picked the leg up, Wong was going on first move. So as soon as the leg started, now it's up to Chris to get rid of the ball in a hurry so they can make the relay down to Reyes to apply the tag. Colton Wong on the year at 11 stolen bases. He's been caught 6 times now.
2 outs and the base is clear for Chris Russin.
Jason Hayward is not seeing the ball well at all from Chris. Hiding it very well. Weak swings on the slider. Kind of a bail and run for a power hitter. Take it out there again. See if he can hit it. Didn't. Brought it inside.
In what we were talking about in the first inning, George, don't you think a little bit because he is this big guy that there was the expectation that he'd have a lot of power?
Yeah, and I thought he would hit for a lot of home runs. He was from Atlanta. You mentioned that breakout year. And they were very good. Atlanta Braves were taking a lot of homegrown guys. Klesko was one of those guys that came along through there. Frank Coeur, who's back in the big leagues amazingly.
Brian McCann.
Productive. But
yeah,
they took all those guys out of Atlanta. And then, you know, and Hayward was one of those guys that had a big, big year. And then all of a sudden, oh, he's going to hit 30 home runs and drive in 120.
He'll get a base hit to keep this third inning going. It's hit number 7 for the Cardinals.
They try to shift defensively, and the Rockies are one of the top 5 teams in baseball when it comes to shifting to prevent these kind of things, and then they just beat the shift. There's not a lot you can do about it when they hit it hard and hit it between them.
And for Chris Russin, 4 of the 7 hits have come from guys swinging from the left side, and usually he's much better in that regard, although this year left to right really hadn't made much difference. The batting averages are about equal.
679 shifts now for the Rockies, which is first in the National Leagues defensively. MLB average so far has been 420.
Molina had a blue pit to left his first time up. There's a rarity. I don't know if Nick Hundley got crossed up or just lost his focus. The pass ball moves Hayward into scoring position.
Well, you look again, this big old hard bounce, and yeah, that's a cross up big time. It bounced right off of the glove as it swung around. And I mean, you don't close that early on a pitch if you're Nick Hundley unless you know what's not coming.
But Arenado will take care of business, and the Rockies left-hander puts a 0 up on the scoreboard. Cards by 3 after 3 in St. Louis. The advantage here at Busch Stadium this year, they are 37-15. Houston is 35-17. And the Dodgers are 34-18 in terms of the best home records this year in Major League Baseball.
The crowd plays a huge role in that. I mean, tonight's ball game, even though the seats are red, there's a lot of people dressed in red.
Well, and probably more than any other ballpark, when you get into the summer, when school is out, you find more people roaming around the ballpark on the outside than maybe any other stadium. Carpenter will take a look, but no.
And not a lot of really not a lot of activities in this area other than the ballpark.
Yeah, they're trying to develop this.
White Castle's across the road, but you got to be a hamburger guy for that.
They're trying to develop right behind that left field and center field grandstand, an area they're calling the Ballpark Village. It hasn't grown as much as they would like, but these guys have no problem drawing. I mean, we've talked about it before, George. You mentioned it yourself, the thrill for you to come up. They were the regional team in the Midwest for so many years.
Well, even people that live in Kansas City, and even when the Royals were good, they're still Cardinal fans. And even though for the last 9 years, this year the Dodgers, they're in Tulsa, for a long time it was the AAA home of the St. Louis Cardinals. Still a lot there.
Grichuk going back towards the line will have room to get Dickerson for the first out here in the Rockies' fourth. Rockies fans, you can join the conversation. Send us your thoughts, photos via Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook using the hashtag Toyota Talk. We'll show some of your Toyota Talk comments throughout the game. Well, and you mentioned Kansas City. I mean, Nebraska, the Dakotas, into Colorado for a lot of years. A lot of Cardinal fans, because you get the booming signal from KMOX here in St. Louis, and hear Jack Buck and Harry Carey and Bob Starr and the great voices for many years for St. Louis. DJ's 2 for 2 as he low bridges Martinez. Now 9 for 15 against the Cardinals this year.
I just watched the reaction from Martinez as he watched DJ LeMahieu go up the line at first base after that base hit. And it's like, you're not supposed to do that to me. Continue to stare over there. DJ had a stolen base. It was a strikeout of Ben Paulson, and Molina decided not to throw down. He picked up his 13th stolen base.
Paulson, one of 5 strikeout victims for Martinez. A little bit of giddy up on that one at 96.
A little anger behind that fastball.
In that win against the Rockies, he gave up hits, but just the 2 runs, allowed 8 hits in that game. But you talked about it earlier, George, kind of effectively wild and made big pitches when he needed to. Another good off-speed pitch. He's thrown more of those tonight, I think, than when we saw him in Denver.
Particularly the changeup to left-handers. Got a strikeout of Carlos Gonzalez, a strikeout of Dickerson with the changeup, and he just threw Ben Paulson an 0-1 changeup. Going back inside, starting to see a pattern for me He didn't get the location there. It was a fastball up and away. He missed it, but he got away with it. That every time he's got an 0-2-1-2, he takes it and rides it and puts it inside on the left hand.
Who wants tacos? If the Rockies score 7 or more runs, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day between 4 and 6 p.m. Get your Rockies taco special. Live Mas at Taco Bell. Well, velocity can cure a lot of ills. And 97 on that strikeout pitch. Nick Hundley, a strikeout victim his first time up.
Yeah, even with all the foul balls, there hasn't been any walks in the game by Martinez. That was his 70th pitch thrown in the game. Excuse me, 69th pitch thrown in the game.
And 21 foul balls.
See, I like Jack's computer program, folks. At home, everything is accountable for that.
And
I can't do it, so I don't even want to try to figure it out.
But it is interesting to see.
Sure it is.
You know, you wish you could maybe describe good foul balls and just got a piece of it foul ball, but 1-1 now on Nick. You know, we were going back first time up and talking about the good relationship with Blake Doyle and Nick and how he was able to listen and react positively. Strike 2. And I think some of it, Nick and I have talked about it. You know, his dad, football coach for almost 40 years, and I think kind of ingrained in Nick a little bit. If you feel a coach is doing his job, you're going to listen to him.
Well, absolutely you are. I mean, as you should. A lot of times you battle through things. I know as Martinez as a young player, when I watched him do things as a young player of listening and following, he was a little argumentative. He had a little bit of an act on the mound. And I think that's kind of true with a lot of young Latin players. They're high-spirited. They want to fight against the system because they've had success doing other things. And I think when you have a veteran guy that has struggled in the past, and someone cares. It's a coach that cares. It gives you confidence. It makes you feel good. I think that's where Nick Hundley falls into that category, coming to a new organization. And it's like, I got to learn all this pitching staff. I got to figure all this out. And then you have a coach going, hey, and I got an idea for you. I think it'll work. And you buy into it, and it works.
Then you really buy into it.
And when you get traded, you call him all the time. Go, did you see the video? Did you like it? Can you help me out? Charlie Lyle, the late great Charlie Lyle, the hitting coach for the Royals when they won a lot of baseball games, came to the Yankees for a hitting coach for a while. A lot of players that way. He is credited with making George Brett what George Brett was as a hitter.
Runner goes. He ran the last time, and Nick struck out, and DJ got the base. Here with 2 outs, he's going to go automatically. This might be trouble, and with DJ's speed, Grichuk cuts it off, but they're going to wave LeMahieu home as the throw goes to second, and nobody's there because Grichuk missed the cutoff man. RBI double for Nick Hundley, and the Rockies trim the deficit to 2.
I thought it was interesting. After the base hit by Nick Hundley on a ball away from him, Yadier Molina looked in their dugout and kind of threw his fist up in the air in disgust towards the defensive placement in the outfield. And then the throw came in, very uncharacteristic of a Cardinal player to miss this guy. Now that ball's away. Nick does a great job. Takes his fastball, lets the velocity of the ball supply the power. But the throw coming back in from Grichuk, look where it ends up. Nowhere. Where are you throwing it? Why didn't you hit a cutoff man? All those things. It didn't settle well with Molina. Boy, and I'm happy the Rockies got a run out of that. That was beautiful. But DJ's off on a 3-2 count, 2 outs. You're going to take off. He gets the break. When the ball's hit into the gap, you can see him pick it up. Getting to third base, too. Cole's like, let's force it. Why not? Force the issue, make them make the play. They didn't have to. And he scores the second run of the game. Now Molina's had enough. He's going to the mound to have a conversation with the youngster.
I remember when we were in here last year and they basically told us everybody but Adam Wainwright has no option to shake off Yadier Molina. What he calls is what you have to throw.
Well, and he's at the mound now talking to Martinez, but the mask never comes off. But it's moving really quick. And I'm sure that conversation is like father talking to son right now. I talked to a scout who's a former player that's been around a long time, and he said Molina could be the pitching coach, the hitting coach, the base running coach, the outfield coach. And oh, by the way, manage the team.
You wonder how that will play in Yadi's future, if that's something he's interested in. Of course, through the years, catchers have made wonderful managers. You got the ones right there in the Cardinals dugout, Mike Matheny. And Russin, does he have enough? He does! Touch 'em all time for Chris Russin. The first home run by a Rockies pitcher this year, and the game is tied.
Boy, how nice is that? Chris with a bunt base hit his last at bat. He now has 4 RBIs on the year. And Charlie's saying it can't be that easy. Guy's throwing 1,000,000 miles an hour. Well, yeah, it can too. And Chris Russin's got a nice little crowd waiting for him in that dugout. And boy, you see the high fives to Nick Hundley from his hitting coach too. Fastball in, Chris thinking, I hit it good, but did I hit it really good? I hit it really good. Man, how much fun is this right now? Wow, I love it.
Well, the Rockies get 3 runs with 2 outs here in the 4th.
Well, Martinez let his guard down on a pitcher that could swing the bat, 190 average coming in. Now, obviously, that average is going to be well above that.
261 right
261
now.
right now.
2 hits tonight.
Yeah, to the 2 hits. So Chris comes in, and Martinez, I'm a little relaxed here. I'll go right at this guy. Yeah, you did, and it cost you.
You know, the Rockies pitchers this year had not gone deep, and look who's given them the most in the dugout, Vinny Castilla. Blackman hits it hard, but Reynolds will take care of it to end the inning, but not before the Rockies answer back. One more look at the long ball from the Kentucky Wildcat, Chris Russin. the Ford Super Duty. Built better, built stronger, built Ford tough. By Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Jack in the Box. For a limited time, try the new Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack with melted herb butter. Well, Chris Russin, after his 2-run homer to silence the big crowd here in Busch Stadium, wants to keep it that way by getting another 0 if he can. Mark Reynolds, who was called out on strikes against Russin in the second inning, leads off the Cardinal fourth. Did you go deep at all in your career, George?
Well, come on.
Well, you're good off the tee.
Yeah, no, actually, I hit a ball to the wall in Philadelphia. I thought it was gone, but Luzinski skied and caught it.
With that 3-inch vertical leap of Big Greg.
Is it that high?
Yeah, I got to give him a little credit. You know, up on his toes, he could at least get 3 inches.
You'd hope.
And this will be the first time that Chris Russin gets a leadoff man, taking care of Reynolds on the easy fly to center. With every challenged call, the Subaru Eyesight Review will determine the outcome tonight. Love is what makes a Subaru a Subaru. Stephen Piscotty base hit and scored on the Carpenter homer his first time up. Oh, Nolan. Oh, Nolan.
Wrong guy, buddy.
Wow. Staggered but unbowed for the second out.
Got one in the jaw, able to fight it off and make the play. Oh, man. Nolan just a backhand on a hard one-hit shot on to first base, and then the out completed. Yeah, you need these kind of plays behind you when you just scored 3 to tie it, even though you're the one that hit the home run. And Nolan able to make the backhand and make the play.
Yeah, you really want to get that shutdown if you can. Here's Carlos Martinez. He hit into a fielder's choice trying to bunt, but scored on the Carpenter homer.
Let it roll, see if it goes foul, and it will. You know, Martinez coming up kind of stiff-legged on that right leg. He sprinted for that bunt, and then went out of foul territory. Noticed it a little bit going up the first baseline.
Yeah, a little. I agree with you, George. Like he might have had that little momentary hyperextension. Yeah, he's favoring that right leg. There's no question. Yeah, whether it was the knee or an ankle.
I'll take a look at it here. You'll be able to see it when he takes off running. He thinks, man, I got a base hit right here. And when he starts to back off, right in here, you kind of start to see a little bit of a hop skitch and not being able to get a normal gait as he slowed down the motor.
Well, if fans remember, like for Corey Dickerson with his foot problem, a lot of times it's not the running, it's when you start to slow down that pressure is what impacts. 1-2 on Martinez. See ya. And that'll take care of the Cardinals. Chris Russin with the quick shutdown inning after his 2-run homer. We're tied in St. Louis.
even at 4. Third at bat now for Jose Reyes here in the game today. He's about to lead off. Let's hear what Cargo has to say about his new teammate.
I'm a big fan of his game. Even when he was on a different team, he's always bring the energy. He always had a smile on his face, and I'm really thankful to play right next to him. I think we all can learn something from him. He brings something different to this team, and sometimes that's what we were looking for. We're looking for changes. We're looking for something different. So hopefully everything changed, and we become the team that everybody's expecting.
As I've said, the word that keeps coming up is energy. That's what Reyes brings to the field. And when you go into the Rockies clubhouse here in St. Louis, it goes number 7, then number 5, not number 6, and then number 6 with Dickerson. So Cargo and Reyes right next to each other here at Busch Stadium, guys.
Mark, as well, George and I were talking about it with Jose. You have a guy where now this is his 3rd team in a 4-year stretch, and while you're certainly still confident of your own ability, I also think it puts a little bit of a chip on a guy's shoulder.
Oh, it does. When you get traded a lot over a short span, you always have that little bit, I'll prove the other guys wrong that just traded me.
He's 1 for 3 tonight. Cargo looking for his first hit. The Coors Light Cold Hard Facts are brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light, the game's most refreshing beer. The Rockies marked for long balls in this month. And just 1 to go to tie Vinny, with tonight and tomorrow to do it. That won't be a home run, but it might be a base hit. It drops in front of Grichuk. Cargo says, I crushed that ball.
Well, you think of all the line drive outs that he's had in his career, then you start to wonder a little bit about, hey, maybe this is a little justice being served here.
Rockies with 9 hits off of Carlos Martinez, and I'd have to think in this stretch of really good pitching by Carlos Martinez that's a high water mark.
Start to watch a little bit of their bullpen, see where they're going. Maybe something they don't like. Maybe that leg we saw, Jack, trying to slow things down. They may say, hey, you know what? He's telling us he's all right, but maybe there's something else you got to do here. You're right in the middle of this Rocky lineup. They could do some damage in a hurry, particularly this guy, Nolan Arenado.
The pitch count closing in on 90 here in the 5th. Nolan doubled into the left field corner to knock in his 78th run of the year. Nolan also the team leader in doubles and among the best in the National League in that category. 26. The league leader is another third baseman, Todd Frazier, with 30.
Martinez gave up 9 hits. That was a season high on May 4th this year. It was with against the Cubs, 3 2/3 innings. Jackie threw 70 pitches over that span. He works here in the 5th.
Conservative lead for Cargo. Molina's work behind the plate as well. Off Carpenter's glove. That'll get Gonzalez to third, and Arenado will make a big turn but holds. Good job by Piscotty to come in quickly. Nolan had visions of second base. He'll settle for getting aboard on the error by Carpenter.
Ball hit pretty hard right at Carpenter. He's going to have to backhand the baseball and try to come up with it. That last skip caught him right on the heel of the ball glove. For Carpenter, it's his 10th error of the year.
The Rockies with a chance here to regain the lead. They led 1-0. The Cardinals made it 4-1. And the Rockies scored 3 times last inning to tie things up. And now Corey Dickerson hoping to break the deadlock. And we're going to get bullpen activity for St. Louis.
Right guy at the right time at the plate right now, and that is Corey Dickerson. 438 with runners in scoring position this year.
Seth Maness, the right-hander, is the guy starting to throw. 1-1 on Dickerson.
Well, this is his area of the ball game. To come in with men on base and try to shorten up an inning, get the double play, get out of the inning.
Martinez, 5 ground ball outs so far. That won't be it. That's an RBI single. Arenado thinking 3. The throw is offline and gets away from Carpenter. To second goes Dickerson on the throw. And the Rockies not only have the lead back, but 2 more men in scoring position.
Boy, don't you like the aggressiveness of Arenado to force the throw? And I thought Carpenter fielded it very poorly as he backed up. But Arenado said, all right, kid, I'm going to force your situation after the base hit by Dickerson to left. Sinker down and away. And he fights it off. A little hand slap there. That's congratulating himself for his 18th RBI. Then it's Arenado off to the races. The throw's right on target. But a short skip to Carpenter. And Carpenter's not able to hang on to it as he backed away from the third base bag. Littlequist out to talk to the young right-hander again. Good hustle, Nolan Arenado. Good hitting by Corey Dickerson, and the Rockies have regained the lead 5-4.
Corey with 8 hits in the 5 games in which he has played since coming off the DL. He's had at least 1 in each of those 5 games. And again, when you think the basically 2 months of no Dickerson and coming up on 3 months of no Justin Morneau, the Rockies with guys like Ben Paulson and Brandon Barnes, who's done a nice job as well. The Rockies have kept that from being a huge issue to their offense. And DJ gets hit.
Yeah, it's square in the middle of the back. That's not even close. DJ not very happy about it. Martinez throwing his hands out. Molina's talking to him. He came close to him earlier in the ball game when he came high and tight inside.
Well, and DJ's last hit went right over Martinez's head. Boy, DJ is really upset, and I don't blame him. I mean, that was a fastball, and if you want to talk intent, shows you what you talked about earlier, George, where Martinez at times has let his personality get the best of him.
Well, that's the whole thing. The line drive back up the middle, then the tossing of the dirt towards DJ. Then he comes up first and second and third. It squares him up right in the hip, and DJ's not happy about it at all.
It loads the
bases. Well, you know what? I just read his lips. Excuse me, Jack, for interrupting. He goes, you think I'm trying to hit it right back at him? What's wrong with him?
Yeah.
Saying stuff to Yadier, and then goes on to the first base help from Ewok.
Hey, how about the fact he's hitting .324? He's just a good hitter.
Well, and it caught him right on the ribs in that back area back there. And I mean, he's telling Doogie to stay in the dugout.
He and Walt Weiss
going to come out and give it a shot here and check it out.
You know, it was interesting. I was sitting in Walt's office yesterday in Chicago when we were talking about the team post Tulo after his influence in a decade's worth of time in a Rockies uniform, and Walt said something interesting. He said, you know, DJ is a terrific leader who now will have more room for expression. Not that he necessarily says a lot, but that when he does talk, it will carry even more weight now. And it was funny, I turned to Walt and I said, are you talking about DJ or are you talking about yourself? Because Walt was the same kind of player.
Right, exactly. DJ, a good example of his toughness and leadership right there when he got drilled by the ball. The stares back at Martinez.
Well, Ben Paulson, who has struck out twice, trying to add to a Rockies one-run advantage.
Yeah, the leash on Martinez is getting very short at this point with 96 pitches, and Maness is ready to go.
There's that changeup again. At times it has been as good a pitch as he has had in his arsenal. As George said, Maness is ready. He's watching more than he's throwing. He doesn't want to leave it in the bullpen now. Did he hold up? He did. 2-1. Martinez has not walked anybody tonight. But he's in danger of doing that with no place to put Ben Paulson.
Now, Nick Hundley, who had a double in the gap and drove in a run in his previous at bat, waits to greet him again.
Wong being aggressive. They get one and they get two. Martinez pounding his chest, but that was all Colton Wong. Rockies have the lead here in the 5th.
Yeah, Martinez needs to learn to control some emotions. Came off of the mound, pounding his chest and staring at the Rockies dugout. He immediately was greeted on the
this one, the Rockies with the 5-4 lead. Chris Russin 2 hits, including a 2-run homer. Rockies taking the lead in the top of the 5th on Corey Dickerson's RBI hit. And partner, we had just a little bit of emotion there at the bottom of at the end of the inning shall we say.
Right, I liked it too. I liked the emotions coming out on this ball club. Most of it was from Nolan Arenado when Martinez pounded the chest, staring at the Rockies dugout. You're losing 5-4. And Arenado had a few choice words with Yadier and saying you better talk to your young right-hander on the hill.
Matt Carpenter, who has scored twice and knocked in 3 runs, will take a strike. It was the double play, and then look at Martinez.
Then he stares at the Rockies dugout and back out at DJ, and Arenado's telling you better get him to knock it off, or that ain't going to work. And Molina's like, I'll handle it. I'll go talk to him. Well, and unfortunately, of course, I can only revert back to when I played, Jack. Those kind of actions, after hitting DJ and then those kind of actions at a dugout, there might be 2 outs and Molina may be your hitter. Or your big guy's your hitter Peralta, and all of a sudden he's going to eat a fastball.
And if, heaven forbid, he gets hit and gets hurt, then all that emotion created
the loss of a good player on your roster. I mean, when you see that, the emotions, I thought you said it best there a minute ago. Your team's down 25 in football. You catch a touchdown or a first down pass, and you're slamming the ball and running your mouth and pointing number 1 and everything else, and you're down by 6 touchdowns with 2 minutes to go in the game. You thought you'd have scored the winning touchdown in the World Series, but that's the maturity side of Martinez that's at times needs to be cleaned up.
His night is perhaps over. He's thrown 100 pitches. We'll see. Carpenter, does he have a 2-homer night? Oh my. And the game is tied. And tonight for Chris Russin, the left-handed batters have been his problem. Watching a replay on the big board, George, he missed his spot again.
Again, remember he had the hanging slider to dead center field that hurt him earlier. And then now this one. Chris Russin disappointed after his club just gave him the run. Another slider that stayed flat, stayed out over the plate. He doesn't look like a home run hitter, but he is. He's an RBI machine and a line drive hitter. And then Martinez throwing his little fit because he just spit out the hook for the loss. This game tied.
A dozen homers for Carpenter, and checking to see how many multi-homer games he might have. It's, I think, the first of his career. Grichuk a double in 2 tries tonight. And just confirmed by the Cardinals, the first career multi-homer game for Matt Carpenter, who probably, George, is like, okay, Matt Holliday's gone, I got to step up.
Yeah, a lot of them do, and he's one of those guys that's going to have to. This guy at the plate, Grichuk's going to have to. Well, and he's been struggled of late also.
Reyes, and that's the first out.
Well, one of my favorite days at the ballpark's coming up. Yoga Day is back for the 2015 season. Saturday, August 15th. Purchase Yoga Day ticket packages to receive exclusive pregame field access for the hour-long yoga session and a Rockies-themed promotional item. So make sure you're a part of that. See, Jack, I'm in the 3rd row with the white shirt on the very back.
Yeah, I knew that was you. I could tell.
Yeah. Rockies.com/yoga for tickets to that ball game, or just pick up the phone and dial 303 Rockies.
Wong, one of the left-handers, with a hit off Russin. Knocked in a run with a ground out his first time up. A little bit of emotion still sizzling on both sides here.
And it's not over.
1-2 on Wong. It's the kind of game, isn't it, George, when you're in the bullpen or you're in the dugout and you're leaning a little bit more towards the front of your seat, or you're hanging on the rail in the dugout?
You're just waiting on the next move to happen, because you know now all of a sudden you don't go to the locker room for the coffee or pick up a banana in between innings or after innings. You can see a conversation, a strong conversation happening in their dugout, or trying to happen apparently, with Martinez, and he just shakes his head and walks away.
Couldn't see who that was trying to talk to him.
Well, I
might have
say,
been Jaime Garcia.
The one thing that did happen here, and it happened with Gary Templeton walking into the dugout. He told the fans they were all number one. I'll let you use your imagination at home, and he was gone the next day. And I was told as Martinez went into the dugout, he was letting the Rockies dugout know that they were number one. And that's something Mike Matheny in this town will not tolerate one bit.
Nope.
I don't care if you've won 18 games.
Just beyond the reach of Arenado, and Peralta will have his first hit. Well, we wondered what we would get tonight, and we've had 10 runs and 19 hits in this ball game here in still the fifth. Peralta ends a 1 for 25 with that base hit. Hayward singled his last time up. The flap on the batting helmet. He missed a couple of months with broken bones in his face when he got hit by a pitch. He goes the opposite way, and Dickerson can't get it. Going to score a run, and Corey, I think, hurt himself. Hayward thinking of scoring. No, he's going to hold, and now they've got him caught.
Yeah, the Rockies can't see either that Corey is down in the left field corner on the ground, and Keith Duggar is going to take the sprint and head down.
Thought he could make the play, and Dickerson is hurt. Jason Hayward gives the Cardinals the lead with the RBI triple, but the concern right now for the Rockies, Corey Dickerson.
You know, as he went after that ball, it appeared to me the last 4 or 5 steps, and then maybe not even that many, the last 2 steps, watch about right here. See as that leg starts to give on the left leg? And he goes down, he gets up, and he can't run. He's trying to get there, and it's just not happening. He's trying to get back to the ball, and boy, what a gutsy move by Corey. And then the throw in to Reyes, who saw it all going on and shortened the distance for the throw, and then they were able to get Hayward.
And I'm wondering if it, beyond the leg problems, they're working on his upper body. Maybe he knocked the wind out of himself, and just in the adrenaline infused reaction, got up and got the ball. We'll take a break. 6-5 Cardinals after 5. Cardinals back into the lead in this seesaw affair. Nick Hundley, who has an RBI double on the night, will face a new pitcher. Seth Maness, the right-hander, comes in for Martinez.
He will wear you out with sinkers and a little short cutter. But for the majority, he's going to attack you with a hard sinker and create ground ball outs. And the way you try to counter that is to make him bring the ball up a little bit in the zone and don't chase anything down in the zone.
Interesting 51st appearance, yet has not thrown 40 innings yet.
A lot of get out of the inning. That's what they use him for. Bring him into the game. Ground ball double play, he's out of the ball game. Never gets his stuff overexposed.
Pretty well hit to left by Hundley. And Nick has retied the game. Touch 'em all time for Nick Hundley. A crazy night in St. Louis. My, oh my.
What a great night for Hundley, too. He had the double and an RBI. He picks up his 36. And Martinez, you don't get the win. So there is justice for the Rockies in this ball game.
8 homers for Nick Hundley now.
Yeah, he got a ball that was out over the middle of the plate on a 1-1 count, and Maness knew that it was gone, and so did Piscotty as this thing traveled deep into the night, almost to the Big Mac area here at the ballpark. And high fives for Nick Hundley. Fired up again.
Yeah, 4th homer allowed by Maness. Brandon Barnes will pinch hit for Chris Russin. Tried to bunt and missed it. Rafael Betancourt is the guy throwing in the Rockies bullpen. And perhaps Barnes will stay in the game for Dickerson. We'll have to wait to the bottom of the inning to see. And a called strike 2. There's Rafi in the Rockies bullpen. 280 on the year for Brandon. And a guy with a lot of high energy too.
Yeah, he brings it every day to the ballpark. It's one of the exciting things about Barnes. He'll ground out to second base on the year. He's 1 for 6 as a pinch hitter. Last year, much better.
First out here in the Rockies 6th. So Chris Russin, a no decision unless the Rockies can regain the lead here. Then he'd have a chance if the bullpen kept the club ahead, of course. Charlie Blackmon 1 for 3 on the night. I have to say, I did not expect this tonight.
Yeah, I did not expect it either. And why not, though? 21 hits, 12 runs.
It's been fun. There's another hit for the Rockies and another extra base hit, perhaps. Charlie digging for 2, and the throw is offline. And Blackmon gets a double. The Rockies are very aggressive tonight.
Yeah, looking to see what's going on in their bullpen. They've got the right-hander going and the left-hander. Cesek, the right-hander, the former closer, just acquired in a trade. And the left-hander. This is a base hit sliced off the bat of Charlie Blackmon into left center field.
Randy Choate is the left-hander.
Yeah, like I said, Maness is a guy they're not going to overexpose a lot.
Reyes hit it hard, but right at Carpenter. Boy, Jose trying to go the opposite way with the big hole on the left side. Unfortunately, hit it right at Carpenter.
The Cardinals don't do a lot of shifting on players, but they do a lot of positioning for players. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and walk Carlos, and hey, we're not going to pitch to you, not going to give you a chance to swing the bat. Well, they allow Maness to face Arenado. Arenado's 0 for 1 in his career, though Hundley was 0 for 1 before the home run. Charlie Blackmon's now 2 for 2 in his career versus Manus.
Well, one thing about this Rockies club this year, Walt Weiss says it's the thing that he appreciates the most about this club. After some tough losses, some situations that you'd sit there and go, man, that'll just rip this club apart. They come back the next game and get after it.
That's all you can ask out of your ball club, too, is to come back and play hard every day. I mean, I remember 99% of managers' meetings, play hard and be on time. And they've done that. Del Calso has come out in the on-deck circle also.
Yeah, that's the Dickerson spot. So that tells us that Corey's probably not going to return. Nolan a double to knock in a run in the first inning. He reached on a Carpenter error. Got to third base in the fifth. There's Daniel in case Nolan keeps the inning going. Boy, Molina wanted that pitch way outside, as you could see, and Manus missed it more on the plate and got away with it. Nolan's down, a ball and 2 strikes.
Now, short, quick arm action can be deceptive and let the ball get on you in a hurry.
And he got him. But the Rockies get even on Nick Hundley's jolt to left off Seth Manus. 12 runs, 22 hits, and we're still in the 6th inning.
Because in the 4th inning, the Rockies starter Chris Russin crushed a 2-run homer to right field. It got up, it got over the wall, and it was his first career home run. And as we come out here to right field, I want you to meet my friend Mason. Now, Mason, you got that home run ball.
Yeah.
Did you catch it with your glove?
No. It was right in front of me, so I grabbed it.
So you grabbed it. Now, this is your younger sister. You said you had to give her a little credit, right?
Yeah.
Why?
Because she used her face to block the ball, and it came down right to me.
Huh? Helping you out, using her face, right? So, you had... Did it hurt? Okay, you look good. So you had a little transaction. You had to give the ball back so that Chris Russin could get it. What did you get?
Jason Hayward autographed baseball.
Okay.
And I will get the pitcher's autograph too. And I might get a chance to meet him.
Well, that's a pretty good day for Mason. His family lives about 3 hours north up in Illinois. You're not a Cubs fan, though, right? No, you're a Cardinals fan.
Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you for giving that ball back so he could have his first career home run. All right, good job today. Great day at the ballpark? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So there you go, guys. It's fun. The family comes once a year, and he got a ball, and then he had a nice little transaction. Little negotiation, right, George?
That's absolutely right.
He better buy his sisters some ice cream or something else if she was the one who blocked the ball for him. Yeah, that's what makes baseball great, the family atmosphere, whether it's here at Busch Stadium or at Coors Field, sharing all that, siblings, mom and dad. I mean, I learned baseball from my mother. Because she had 5 brothers, and she loved baseball.
Well, I think that's true everywhere. All the dads worked back in those days, Jack. Like my mother was at home taking care of the family and hauling us everywhere. Rafael Betancourt on for the Rockies now. He'll come on and pitch in his 35th ball game this year. Record of 2-3, 5.04 earned run average. A tie ball game here in the 6th, and the veterans trying to carry it to the 7th. He'll lead off the inning, and I don't think he'll get the hit.
No. He's just looking to try and get a 0. And the always tough Molina at the plate. Well, we usually try not to, and Brandon Barnes, as we thought, stays in the game in left field, and he's in the 9 hole in the lineup with Betancourt in the 5 spot, vacated by Corey Dickerson. And when we hear something from the Rockies clubhouse regarding Corey, we'll let you know. This will be foul. I was going to say, George, I mean, for us, we are certainly deeply interested in the Rockies' fortunes day in and day out as we cover the team, but don't get quite as emotional. But I did not want Carlos Martinez to get a win tonight.
Oh, I didn't want him to have anything to do with it. The act he put out on the mound, it's just not a professional act. It'll be addressed. I will assure you that.
Cargo on the move is going to get there. And let's go back and watch one more time when Corey got hurt on the play that ended the 5th.
Oh, you see him dive for that baseball. I thought he came up a little lame towards the end, but he went after the ball doubled up, and then it was Keith Duggar checking the ribs and checking everything different. He had a tough time breathing as he came into the dugout.
Yeah, wind knocked out of you, maybe a bruised rib. That's what we hope. Nothing more than that. Reynolds 0 for 2, a strikeout and a fly ball to center. Each team has held the lead a couple of times tonight. And tied for the 3rd time. Two and one.
Their bullpen, it's a rarity that they give up runs. 1942 St. Louis all-time bullpen ERA 175. That leads it. In 2015, second lowest in the history of this franchise at 2.30. And they figure Cishek, the right-hander, will be able to add to those totals. They hope he will, as they picked him up.
Paulson has room, and Ben takes care of it.
Well, if you don't already receive a Hot Rocks emails, you are missing out on the best ticket deals. The only way to receive them is to become a Rockies registered user at Rockies.com.
2 up, 2 down for Rafael Betancourt, who with the trade of Troy Hawkins now officially becomes the senior citizen of the team. Hawk had Rafi by a couple of years. But for you and me, he's a baby.
Absolutely. He's still in diapers for me. Well, he's another veteran guy that I'm sure teams took a glance at. The trading deadline is not over. Yeah, throw strikes, keeps the ball down, takes great care of himself.
We're talking about family. It's always great to see his son around the ballpark. And pretty well hit by Piscotty. There have been very few clean innings from either side.
Yeah, you got to go back and look. In the 4th inning was Martinez' clean inning, and for Chris Rush in the 3rd inning was a clean inning. Yeah, the new acquisition in this ball club, his fan base, some are on their feet. If you see this double by Piscotty into the corner, you'll see more on their feet now. They've been wanting a bat, and John Mozeliak has done that. He's traded for Brandon Moss.
Brandon Moss was with Oakland, then came to Cleveland this past offseason. Now making his Cardinal debut.
Yeah, a couple of more notes on him. Outfield first baseman. Jack just mentioned. He's hit 20 or more home runs in each of the past 3 seasons. 15 going on in this season in Cleveland.
Been a lot of all or nothing in Cleveland this year with not much of a batting average. Tough chance for Arenado, and he made the catch. Oh my, Nolan, how do you do it? It ended up being in fair ground, and Nolan said, inning over. Get him for that post route. Inning here in St. Louis, and a new pitcher in more ways than one for the Cardinals.
Yes, it is. Cishek comes to the ball club in a trade from the Florida Marlins, where he was the closer and was sent to the minor leagues, brought up to the big leagues in a trade over here. 33 ball games so far, 28 strikeouts. Drew Stubbs will pinch hit. I think part of that reason behind him, if you're managing this club right now and you're Walt Weiss, you have to look at your bench and say, okay, I've used Barnes. If I use Descalso on the left side, I leave nothing for late in the game, and I blindside myself as far as a utility infielder now. I don't have anybody to make a move with. And Stubbs in his career versus Cishek, 2 for 4.
3 for 9 this year as a pinch hitter as well for Drew. Rockies have the lefty Christian Friedrich up in their bullpen. Cishek lost the closer's job in Miami to A.J. Ramos. And that made him expendable in part, although he got a swing and a miss there from Drew Stubbs. He wasn't as effective this year against right-handed hitters.
Well, velocity dropped a little bit, 89-91. I watched the night before on the dish when he pitched. He was 89-91, pitched a pretty clean inning. Didn't started falling behind hitters a lot.
Peralta has to wait on the hop and didn't get there in time. Moss with the little quick move trying to help out his shortstop, but the speed of Drew Stubbs gets an infield hit.
Yeah, you got a feeling right now Matheny late in the game in the 7th probably going to get a shot at it. Is he safer out, or are we going to keep playing baseball? They're taking a few more looks at it. Credit Drew Stubbs. Peralta not very quick with the exchange. Yeah, he is safe. The ball was not inside the glove. Let's play baseball. Yeah, the home plate umpire wants it checked. Yeah, they're going to have it looked at one more time. Blackney, who's over at first base, Ed Hitchcock, a veteran umpire. He had the perfect angle for it. They'll take a look at it in New York, and we'll have more in a minute. I think the foot was on the bag.
I don't know if there was enough to overturn it. I guess that would be my feeling on it, but you never know. We've had that issue a lot of times this year. Our Subaru review, whether you're on the road or at home, everybody could use a second set of eyes.
Yeah, I thought he was past the bag when it was cleanly got inside the leather, but we'll know more here in a second or two.
Drew thought he beat it. That long 400-meter stride. Great high school track star, Drew Stubbs. They're telling us as we await the review from the Rockies clubhouse. Keith Duggar and Scotty Garrett saying it's a right rib contusion.
Glad it wasn't the foot.
Yep.
Day to day is what they're saying right now.
That's Corey Dickerson, who had to leave the ball game. A longer review here. They're probably maybe a little bit of back and forth usually when that takes place. And we're going to get our answer now. And Paul Nart says, stay right there at first base, Drew Stubbs. Hit number 13 for the Rockies. You could tell when Peralta, he wanted to charge, but that hop was big enough that he had to hold back, and his arm strength is good, but not great.
Yeah, a lot of hustle, too. You credit Stubbs flying out of the box. As soon as he hit it, he knew he had a chance. As soon as you see Peralta take that half step back, made the exchange, a low 3/4 instead of behind and fire, and they made him pay.
DJ showed bunt and fouled it.
DJ feels like a pincushion tonight. That ball was up and in. You know, back in the 5th inning, Carlos Martinez caught him right in the ribs. Was 2nd and 3rd and just 1 out. You know, to me, that's not a near miss. That's a big miss.
2 singles otherwise and a run scored. It loaded the bases. And it was almost as if Martinez, thinking about the base hit that DJ had in the 4th inning, saying, if we're looking to load the bases, I'm just going to hit this guy. This will be 2. The day after every Rockies win, you get 50% off your online order at Papa John's. Just use promo code ROXWIN at papajohns.com. Ben Paulson now looking for his first hit.
Yeah, well, no history between the two. Paulson not up a lot last year. You didn't see Miami except early in the season. Didn't see him again until late. Paulson came up in August, September. He has had yet to have any history with the right-hander.
One ball, one strike on the Rockies' first baseman. So Manus and now Cishek out of the Cards pen. Betancourt will be followed by Friedrich, it appears. 2-1 on Ben.
Friedrich really good in Chicago the other day, pitching in front of a lot of family members.
Yeah, got to sleep in his own bed. Lives right there in Chicago. It's 3 straight times Cishek has tried to get a backdoor breaking ball and hasn't gotten the call once from Paul Nart.
And as soon as the ball was caught by Molina, he just shook his head no. Talking about the home plate umpire, Paul Nart.
Cardinals will have the top of the order with a couple of left-handed batters in Carpenter and Wong, and that's why Friedrich will be coming in. And Ben's going to draw a 2-out walk and get Nick Hundley to the plate.
August 3rd, Purple Monday, where Purple will win prizes, and the first 5,000 will receive a Purple Monday digital camo hat. Dougie, I'm going to be one of the first 5,000. You know me in the camo, right? Kind of looking to see if I got any hats back at the ballpark. You know, I asked for some hats last week. They sent me a bunch a couple of years ago. Love the hats.
Nick Hundley, big night, a double and a homer. He has scored twice and knocked in 2. There's the Cishek breaking ball to get ahead as he finally got one in there. Normally, Cishek could be a guy, because of that delivery, that you can run on a little bit, not necessarily with Paulson, but again, the Molina factor mitigates that somewhat.
Yeah, not anywhere near the strike zone, and that's what cost him, as you mentioned earlier, in Miami. Hundley 0 for 3 in his career when facing the right-hander.
And another not close.
a lot of players, particularly pitchers, when they've had success and then failure hits, they pitch away from contact. They don't attack the zone like they did when they were having a lot of success. The stuff is the same. The results are a lot different because you're pitching out over the plate more than what you normally do.
This type of delivery easy, or can you maintain the mechanics pretty well?
Yeah, I think the most important thing, and Dennis Eckersley, who you watch talk about a lot, with this delivery, you've got to keep the hand behind the ball on every pitch you throw, and he did that on a slider, and he's going to end up getting a strikeout at Hunter.
And it was on the swing. Nick asking Paul Nart. He said, "That's what I got you for." Albuquerque Isotopes, jerseys, t-shirts, novelties, and much more at abqisotopes.com. Albuquerque Isotopes, the proud AAA affiliate of the Colorado Rockies. They do have some good gear. I like that logo.
Yeah, the logo's nice. The ballpark is beautiful, and I think that's a lot of times why you're able to see a lot of the great things that you see going on. John Gray, 5 innings last night, no hits, 8 strikeouts for the Isotopes. Christian Friedrich, 44th appearance, 0-2 on the year, 448 earned run average. 42 in the third, he struck out 35, walked 12. Left-handers, 241. You mentioned Jack, that's more than likely why he was brought into the ball game. The Isotopes trail in tonight's game, 3-2. That game's in the top of the third.
Christian won an inning and a third with a strikeout in his appearance in Chicago. Matt Carpenter has been the villain tonight.
Yeah, the 3-run home run, dead center field, the solo shot to right field. Left on left, and you mentioned earlier when Chris Russin left the ball game, Jack, 10 hits, 6 by left-handers. You'd hope the lefties, you'd have a little more advantage to left on left and not have the 2 home runs either.
Yeah, and you had mentioned that the Cardinals have not been as successful, 12-13 this year against left-handed starters. One and 2 on Carpenter. Cardinals, even with the best record, are not necessarily all that comfortable yet within the division, because the Pirates are just 4.5 games back. They have the second best record in the National League.
Yeah, they've been playing great baseball, and I think it's a matter of pride of winning the division for the Cardinals, where you pretty much think that the way things go, if they play 500, they're still probably going to win 90 games and be into the playoffs in some fashion.
Here are the National League standings, brought to us by DirecTV. And that's what I was referencing. And the Pirates have bolstered their bullpen. They have acquired Joakim Soria from the Detroit Tigers to be the setup man in front of Golden High School's Mark Melanson.
Well, on top of that, David Price traded today also to Toronto. They're stacking it up north of the border. Right now, San Francisco in the West is only a half a game behind the Dodgers.
And it's a 2-game advantage depending on what Washington does tonight over the Mets. DJ will grab this one, and they get Carpenter out for the first time tonight.
The two big starting pitchers everyone had discussed, Cole Hamels and David Price, have been traded. Price to Toronto. They had 3 minor leaguers, and then Cole Hamels to the Rangers. Philadelphia, Jake Diekman, the guy out of their bullpen, Matt Harrison, a starter, and 5 prospects. I watched Nick Williams, the outfielder, the other day in Double-A Frisco. Good-looking young player, 21-year-olds, playing at the Double-A level already. Was at the Arizona Fall League a year ago. And a young shortstop on that ball club. It's a pretty good player.
Grichuk, the center fielder, has a double in 3 tries tonight.
You know, I think the one thing you've got to be careful with as a general manager, because you're trying to improve your ball club, but you also want to make sure this guy's fitting into our ball club. And when you're in a playoff team and you have a tight-knit group of guys that have been together for 3.5 months and have fought to stay in first or near the top, and all of a sudden you add a piece into that group, they've got to fit, and it's got to fit comfortably and accept them. Because if it doesn't fit, guess what? You're going to have problems in your locker room.
Astros picking up Carlos Gomez and pitcher Mike Fiers tonight.
I can tell you, one of those right-handers going back to the Brewers, Adrian Hauser, Locust Grove, Oklahoma kid, that went in a sandwich pick. 94-99. With a very good curveball and changeup. It moved to Double-A this year. Just got to get a little more command of those 3 pitches. And a big horse, 6'5", 240.
Easy chance for Cargo.
Did he put his hands up like I got it, or I don't know where it is? Don't be doing that.
You're scaring George, Carlos.
Well, that's where the whole dugout starts yelling, help him, and he's like, I got it. I'm letting you know I had it. He watches, he comes in on the ball. Watch his hand. Yeah, where'd it go? Oh, here, let me move it. And then he glides over 3 steps on top of that. How many did they have at the yard tonight? 43,518 again.
That's what they average, 43.5, and Long gets hit.
Yeah, Matheny's not going to like it. Trainer's going to pop out. Matheny's coming here. Not sure what he's coming out to argue about.
He wants warnings, I think. But I don't know that Paul Nart gave the warnings yet. I think he just pointed to first base, Doug. He didn't point to the dugouts. Doug's
kind of read his line there. I know
yeah.
what's going on here, okay? So just going back to the dugout.
It was a breaking ball. So Wong is the guy who gets the payback, which is fine as long as you take care of business with the next guy.
Well, that's true. I mean, you just got to get the next out. You got to let it know and let him know exactly what's going on with it. Caught him with a pretty good heater right behind the shoulder blade.
Yeah, I thought at first it was a breaking ball, but no, it was a fastball. You're right, George.
Yeah, caught him with a fastball, and Martinez standing up on the first step at the end of the dugout. Well, look in the mirror. You caused it. Typically speed guys, and Wong is a speed guy. 11 stolen bases have been caught tonight. Typically they want to go at the hard and try to steal second now to kind of pay back a little bit.
Peralta base hit his last time up, and he scored on the Hayward triple when Corey Dickerson got hurt on the diving attempt. Martinez in the dugout. And the guy who hit LeMahieu and sparked the initial reaction.
He never left the dugout since he got taken out of the game in the fifth.
Friedrich now down 2-0 to Peralta. Oh, by the way, first time Friedrich's hit anybody this year.
Miller's warming up in the bullpen for the Rockies.
Nice change of speed that time by Friedrich. Peralta hunting velocity and didn't get it. But he's a guy in his now second season with the Cardinals, for all of their other offensive players, has been their best late inning run producer. Seventh inning on, he has been very good. Well, 3 balls and a strike. Christian has not had great command tonight. Got a left-handed batter and Hayward on deck.
Ooh, good pitch.
That'll push Wong to second.
Pretty good pitch, I thought. Outside corner, knees, right where you want to throw it if you're a left-hander, but that angle gives you the idea it's a little bit off of the plate, not called for a strike. Now you got left on left, and you mentioned it, Jack. When you do go, and if it wasn't retaliation, whatever, you hit a guy, you got 2 outs. Get the inning completed. Clean things up with your next batter. You want to work yourself into this, and Steve Foster's going to go out and have a quick visit with Mr. Friedrich very quickly.
Hayward tonight a single and a triple. His triple gave the Cardinals a 6-5 lead back in the 5th inning. But then Nick Hundley homered in the 6th to tie it again.
The Rockies seeking nominations for the 13th Annual Adult Leadership Award. This award recognizes individuals who have demonstrated a commitment to the Hispanic community. Visit Rockies.com/leadership for more information.
Disappointed. We'll go to the 8th. Tied at 6 here in St. Louis. for the CenturyLink link to what's next for Game 2 of this 4-game set. Kyle Kendrick for the Rockies, and very talented young right-hander Michael Wacha will be on the bump for St. Louis. We'll get our coverage underway at 5:30 Mountain Time. And a new pitcher for the Cardinals, as you see tomorrow's starter, Kyle Kendrick. I'm sure charting pitches tonight alongside Tyler Chatwood, and the normal 8th inning man for the Redbirds, Kevin Segrist.
Yeah, Segrist is a powerful left-hander that after a very successful year went back to AAA a year ago, came back this year, made the ball club, straightened up a number of things on his repertoire that needed to be fixed, mostly just throwing consistent amount of strikes. Another hard-throwing left-hander. He started out as a starter in the minor leagues. 53rd game for him to appear in. 47 1/3, lights out, 58 strikeouts.
Brandon Barnes batting for the second time. Brandon grounded out to second as a pinch hitter and then stayed in the ball game. Corey Dickerson had to leave after bruising his ribs. Well, you saw the ERA 1.33, and of course you got Rosenthal at the back end. Bullpen no different than the starters for the Cardinals, usually awfully tough to handle. Off the end of the bat, and Grichuk broke back, and he won't get there. Neither will Wong, who made a great effort. Colton Wong saw that Grichuk had taken a step back, and he sold out to try and get to that ball.
Well, you take him any way you can get him, and Brandon Barnes will definitely take this. The Grichuk out in center field. Look at him 2 steps back when the ball was hit. The big swing fooled him. He didn't get a read off of it. Wong tried to recover to make the play on this. He see him going to go into slide mode, knowing that he had an outfielder on his way. And when Grichuk made the move back, that cooked his goose. No chance for him to be able to get there to make a play.
14 hits for the Rockies tonight. Charlie Blackmon has 2 of them, a single and a double. Puts the bunt down, and that'll get the runner into scoring position, and the bad throw will give them more. Barnes turns third, but will hold, as again Wong is the guy hustling over to get the errant throw.
Yeah, sacrifice and an error on the pitcher, Seacrest. He just made a bad throw. That's all it is. He got there in plenty of time to get to the baseball. And now Jose Reyes will flip right-handed. Nobody up in their bullpen. Watch, great bump by Charlie. That ball just died. Sidearm chicken wing over to Moss at first base. A lot of times in this first base position, you would see really good first baseman come off of the bag and go get the baseball. Moss tried to hang as long as he could.
Yeah, Moss is a slugger who plays first base.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he's new to the ball club. What are the bump plays? What are the situations that you do? Follow the Rockies with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live Rockies baseball. At bat is up to the minute with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat now.
You know, the Cardinals with a conference on the infield. Reyes is an excellent bunter, and they know the squeeze could be a possibility. Jose a single in 4 tries tonight, robbed of a hit last time up on a good play by Carpenter at third. Well, after the offensive woes the last couple of nights with the Reds, the Cardinal fans probably figuring, okay, we got offense tonight, and the Rockies have made it tough on St. Louis pitchers.
Reyes never has faced this left-hander.
2 balls and no strikes on Jose. Might have caught a break looking at the forward strike zone. And I think Yadi or Molina asking Paul Nard, sure that wasn't a strike?
Yeah, most umpires realize if Yadier's turning around, and he's got a beef because he doesn't say a lot.
Challenged him there.
Yeah, 95-mile-an-hour heater. Elevated out over the plate to Reyes. He's thinking all I got to do is get a fly ball, and he got a lead in this ball game, and he threw the ball by him.
Excellent speed on the bases for the Rockies. Probably a little closer than Charlie wanted, but he got back there. This should score Barnes.
Good arm in center.
Yep, he's got a good arm. Barnes with good speed. The throw is offline, and Blackmon gets to second. The Rockies regain the lead on the sacrifice fly by Jose Reyes. His first RBI as a Rocky.
First and 35th on the year. A professional hitting job by Reyes. With first and third, kept the ball off the ground, got it airborne. So you have Barnes that gets the base hit, a flare into center, and then is advanced on the error by the pitcher, and then the deep fly ball. Couldn't have worked any better. Charlie tagged on the throw and advanced to second base. They're waiting on McHenry to come in. The Rockies are down to the 3 guys left, or 2 guys, McHenry being the only right-hander, Descalso the only left-hander on the Rockies bench, with Tubbs and Barnes gone.
Cargo as a single, walked intentionally last time up. And while there have been just 2 walks by Cardinal pitching tonight, and one was the intentional walk to Cargo, the Cards pitchers have pitched from behind a little more than we're used to seeing. They got Blackmon caught, and it's a bad throw, and Charlie's going to score. Who do they charge the error to, Segrist or Carpenter? Either way, the Rockies manufacture a run when it looked like they were running into an out.
How nice is this? Well, they say caught stealing, and then an error. Second one on Segrist. He's got 2 errors in the inning. How about that?
Wow, and the Rockies have a 2-run lead.
Yeah, he threw it to first base, and yeah, the Rockies got a 2-run lead on a flare, an error, an error. How nice is that, huh? A nice fly ball piece, job of hitting by Reyes. Take advantage, because you typically don't see a Cardinal team make those kind of mistakes.
You're right.
And they did. A couple of unearned runs in the ball game.
And Cargo rips it up the middle for another hit. Well, the Rockies with the 7 runs, it means we've got tacos tomorrow. Go to your participating Taco Bell locations between 4 and 6 p.m. tomorrow and get your Rockies taco special.
Yeah, Matheny's very quick hook here because he needs his lefty for tomorrow's ball game. And he will not allow him in a losing situation. He'll get him out of the ball game in a hurry. And he's going to go down to his bullpen and pull a right-hander out.
Rockies up 2 here in the 8th. by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by Jack in the Box. For a limited time, try the new Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack with melted herb butter. 8-6 Rockies, and still only one out here in the 8th inning, and another new pitcher, Miguel Sokolovich, comes on.
Yeah, the right-hander is going to come into this ball game to try to calm the inning down here as the Rockies have taken advantage. Charlie Blackmon, Reyes has taken advantage of things for Walt Weiss, and Nolan Arenado will greet him. Nolan will come on with one out and a runner at first base after the base hit by Gonzalez. 21st ball game in the appearance for Miguel. 4-1 record, ERA of 159. I'm going to give it a shot, Jack. Sokolovich. Sokolovich.
There you go.
I got it.
Line drive by Carpenter to Robb. Nolan with the line drive stab. Nolan reached on an error by Carpenter, and now he takes one away.
Yeah, able to put the timing up perfectly to be able to snag that.
And Daniel Descalso will pinch it. Gets a nice ovation from the Cardinal faithful.
Yeah, they're happy for what he did on a lot of World Series and playoffs teams here, and quite a few, more than just a few, quite a few on their feet.
I watched last night. They did the same thing for Skip Schumacher, another former Cardinal now playing for Cincinnati. They are wonderful baseball fans here in St. Louis, and you see Daniel doing lots of autograph signing before the game. They'll cheer for him. Now they want him to make it out.
Mm-hmm.
212 on the year for Daniel. One and one. But he fit well here, just as you talked about earlier in the game when we were discussing Grichuk, George, that the Cardinals want you to fit in and be able to do little things as much, if not more, than the big ones.
Absolutely they do, because little things win baseball games.
You know, Daniel certainly enjoyed his time with St. Louis. You can see him catching up with some of his former mates and smiles all around, but he has been a good influence in the Rockies clubhouse. Been a nice acquisition. And when he does start, the club wins. Tried to check his swing, but I think it hit his bat. 2-2.
Well, I don't know why they wanted to check the ball. The ball didn't hit in the dirt anywhere, but I guess they want to take a look at it.
The Rockies have manufactured a couple of runs here in the 8th to take the lead. Cardinals will have the lower part of their order. They'll have to have a pinch hitter. Sokolovich is due to hit second. Wong will grab it and throw out Descalso. But the Rockies taking advantage of a couple of St. Louis miscues have gotten the lead back. delivered by Jose Reyes here in the 8th inning. With runners on the corners, he gets the sac fly to center field. Charlie Blackmon also moved to second on it, and then Blackmon on the throwing error in the steal situation scored another run. So good job by Jose Reyes, and Mark Stout's got some more for us.
You know, Jack, we just saw Daniel Descalso pinch hit. He ended the inning with a ground out. Great cheer from the crowd. And you mentioned that Skip Schumacher had the same thing happen to him with the Reds when he was in town just this past week. Well, I said to Daniel, who were the two guys that influenced you the most when you were with the Cardinals? First name he said, Skip Schumacher, taught him how to be a big leaguer. And then he said John Jay, who's on the DL. So those are the two. Talks to John Jay every day to this point. So those are the two guys that influenced him when he was here in St. Louis.
And now Markey's trying to do the same for the Rockies as Tommy Kahnle comes on to work for Colorado here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, the right-hander needs some tough duty. He's going to have to go right at Molina, but it's the bottom of the order. Take advantage of it. You'll have Molina, a pinch hitter, Piscotty, and then Moss. This looks like the pinch hitter just came out in the on-deck circle. Garcia, who is a utility infielder, but a left-handed swinging bat.
So Tommy Kahnle will have to throw strikes because Molina will make him work for it.
Yeah, the key for Kahnle to make everything else effective. Strike one with the fastball. Then the curveball or the slider and the changeup become much more effective. If you throw 100, it doesn't matter if you don't get it over the plate, particularly in the later part of a ball game.
Base hit in 3 tries tonight. And Tommy's missed with the first 2. Boone Logan is up in the Rockies bullpen, and Carlos Villanueva for St. Louis. If they see something happening, then perhaps Rosenthal. Tommy's missed 3 in a row. Fastball and a changeup. It's around the plate, but not in it.
Nope. Last pitch, 86-mile-an-hour changeup. His stuff can be overpowering. Then you see that on the strikeouts. 2-run ball game. You don't want to create activity, and you just did.
Yeah, probably the worst guy for Kahnle to face to start the inning would have been Molina, because he was going to make him. Molina, one of those guys, say, hey, I'll get to strike 2 before I worry about it unless you leave me something fat.
Garcia recently recalled. He's been up for a little while this year at the big league level. This left-hander will get to swing the bat. The Rockies lead at 8-6. They put 2 on the board in the 8th inning. Trying to shut this down.
If you will, Garcia, the guy replacing Descalso, an infielder who can hit left-handed. And Kahnle gets a strike in there.
With the changeup at 85.
Do you think at times, George, when Tommy comes in because of the issues, he's overthinking or overthrowing in that first at bat?
Well, I think part of the mentality of the 8th inning, and when you do throw 95 to 98, I'm just going to come in and air it out. The problem is hitters gain the reputation, the advanced scouts. Very rarely does he throw strike 1. Make him throw a strike. Is it the changeup that he's most confident in, and it's 86 to 88 miles an hour.
Yeah, if you don't throw the fastball for a strike, the changeup doesn't help. He's thrown 6 pitches, 7 pitches now, and only 1 strike. And the frustration for Steve Foster, Darren Holmes, and of course manager Walt Weiss, you know all the tools are there. He's a guy you want to use, but the command issues can be maddening.
Who was the guy with Baltimore that Earl Weaver called 3-pack? Stanhouse?
Yes.
He'd walk the bases full, strike out the side. Walt, and Where Earl said, I used to smoke 3 packs of cigarettes in the bottom of the ninth for every save he got. Called him 3-pack Stanhouse. Yeah. You learned something tonight, didn't you, Dougie? Huh? Did you learn something tonight, Dougie?
Yeah, Earl'd be hiding in that tunnel, cupping that cigarette, pounding away when he was on the hill. 2-2. They'll get the lead runner, and that's all. Jose not wanting to risk an errant throw. They get that first out. And you make Garcia the base runner.
Well, it's one of the more difficult double plays to turn.
Well, and it's the thing you practice all the time in spring training and periodically during the year. Well, Jose's been with the club 2 days.
Yeah, exactly. And I think part of that is Canely a guy that gets there early? Does he stretch? How's he handle the glove over there? Eat the baseball. Take your chances doing that. If he doesn't get a double play here, get the out, or get the double play anyway, it's probably his last hitter.
The left-handed hitting Moss and Carpenter to follow. Piscotty a single and a double tonight. And a first pitch strike there for Tommy.
Yeah, you'd be amazed too. Hard throwers typically find the radar gun in the ballpark. They want to see how hard it really was.
Gonzalez is right there on this drive to right, and back to first goes Garcia. Yeah, getting that first out, you can just see the confidence grow for Tommy Kahnle.
And they're waiting on the call from the bullpen. Walt is to see if Logan's ready. If he is, Tommy Kahnle's going to be out of the ball game. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Walt's going to go to the left-hander down in the bullpen.
So Kahnle gives up a walk but comes back to get 2, and the veteran southpaw Boone Logan will be charged with trying to get out number 3 here in the 8th inning. Rockies lead by a pair. Don't go anywhere. Trying to pin a loss on the team with the best record in the National League. Tommy Kahnle got 2 outs after the leadoff walk, and with a left-handed batter, Brandon Moss, Walt Weiss turns to the veteran Boone Logan.
And a left-hander making his 43rd appearance. He's inherited 20 base runners. Only 16 of those have scored. He struck out 35 in 27 and 2/3 innings. And he's going to get to face Brandon Moss.
Moss came on as a pinch hitter, and Nolan Arenado made a remarkable catch. Running down the left field line in foul ground, and at the end the wind pushed it back into fair ground, and like a wide receiver making a grab in the back corner of the end zone, Nolan with a fabulous grab.
1 for 2 in his career versus Boone Logan with a strikeout.
Ball 1 to Moss.
Now the shift is on like a Sunday afternoon softball player, that guys that hit a lot of home runs that don't hit for high average, so all they're trying to do is dead pull the baseball, and the Rockies set that up defensively.
Cardinals with base runners in every inning but the 4th, and Logan gets that pitch to find the zone, the breaking ball. Two and one. George talked about it. Logan's allowed only 4 inherited runners to score, and one of the things you always look for out of that veteran guy, to be able to come in the midst of an inning.
It's a big measurement of your success or failure as a relief pitcher working out of the bullpen, particularly left-handers that don't mount up a lot of innings. This ball's a fly ball deep left field. Dougie's throwing notes at me. I got to look away here for a second.
Folks, I got to tell you, if they ever have a post-it note throwing competition in the Olympics, Doug Marino's going to represent the United States.
Well, he's throwing a little hooks, a couple of slices around you tonight. It's the one that really got me is when he jumped in the air and he slid it between his legs, caught it perfect.
Yeah,
it was wonderful.
Yeah,
he was outstanding. Yeah, Dougie was good.
Yeah, good.
Dougie, smile. You're on camera again. Smile. Elizabeth is watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Mr. Post-it.
Moss, by the way, 265 versus left-handers. Oop, headache. And 191 against right-handers. That gives you the 215 average.
Yeah, that had been the disappointing thing for Cleveland this year. They acquired him to face the right-handers, and he wasn't having any success.
Well, unfortunately for Cleveland, they haven't had a lot of success this year. They get hot and cold, can't figure it out. They're in last place, 15 back.
Got him. Boone Logan out of the pen, and the big Texan does his thing. The Rockies head to the 9th, leading by 2. face the ninth. First of all, Greg Garcia, who was a pinch hitter, stays in the game at third base. They move Matt Carpenter from third base to first base. And the veteran right-hander, starter, reliever, Carlos Villanueva comes on the scene.
Well, you talked right. I mean, you said it right, Jack. The veteran right-hander making his 25th appearance, used typically in these situations, down 2 late in the ball game, 42 2/3, 34 strikeouts. The left-handers have hit 136, right-handers 264. He'll get a right-hander to start the inning off, and DJ LeMahieu.
When you see those splits, it usually tells you the guy's throwing cutters or sliders in on the hands, and the better numbers for the righties, he's hanging them on occasion. DJ 2 for 3 tonight. He got hit by a pitch back in the 5th inning to load the bases. That got things interesting here. Stolen base as well for DJ. He's going to have himself a 3rd hit. Just Mr. Consistent this year. He had that 0 for 16 at the beginning of July, and then since then he has just gotten right back to where he was for the first 3 months of the season.
Well, I don't think you're going to hit 380 the whole time, and that's where you're going to have those little lulls during the course of a season that you have to fight your way out of. And DJ did that. The game never wavered. The other parts of the game never wavered. The defense, the stolen bases when he had the opportunity.
Ben Paulson 0 for 3 with a walk tonight. Got a clod of clay stuck in his spikes. Needed a moment. Now the Cardinals, certainly that might have been called by Molina, might have been called from the dugout. Villanueva, veteran anyway. They all know LeMahieu, when he goes, usually don't catch him. He's 13 out of 16.
Very good at reading the pitcher and getting the jump necessary to have success in a stolen base.
1-1 on Paulson. Looked like Villanueva a little slide step there and didn't finish the pitch.
And that's what happens when you get a guy with speed at first base. A lot of times you try to speed the motion to make up the gap for your catcher, help him with a better opportunity. You make a miss with the pitch, and it's either hit hard or for a ball.
And that hit Paulson. And down to second goes LeMahieu.
Well, that cutter you talked about, not a chance to hit this one unless you wanted to do it with your big toe. And that's exactly what happened. Paulson catches it on the top of the foot, and the Rockies have a chance here to do some more damage. There's not a lot left in the bullpen that they would go to help get out. They have Schott. I guarantee you Rosenthal was warming up for one reason. That was to come in if they got tied that last inning when they had some traffic. Schott's the only line they got left-hander. I don't think Rosenthal would be used unless it just became a mercy type deal.
Bunt is popped up, and DJ got caught off second
base. I love you, DJ, but that shouldn't happen.
Just didn't get a good read, and Carpenter turns it into a double play.
Yeah, Carpenter can play all over, first and third main positions, but can play everywhere. Charges, gets to this baseball, and I really think Hundley saw him playing way behind the runner, and he charged and got it, and then his sidearm snap throw down to second base for the out to Peralta.
Brandon Barnes is going to show bunt just to try and changed things on the infield.
Garcia, typically a middle infielder, but had been moved around for his versatility to play the different positions. And that time he's trying to check him out.
And Wong gets to that line drive off the end of the bat.
Hey, you got him popping up. Villanueva, but you got out of it, and Axford's warming to come into the ball game unless they let Logan face the left-hander Carpenter.
Behind-the-scenes photos, find us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for the latest on the Rockies all season long. Well, Boone Logan, who got the strikeout to end the 8th inning, is going to begin the 9th. He gets Carpenter, a left-handed batter who has been a problem tonight with 2 homers and a single. John Axford continues to work in the bullpen. Rockies will shift on the infield, but keep Arenado close at third to guard against the bunt. A single, 2 homers, and 4 RBIs for Carpenter. Grounded out to second his last time up. Rockies trying to take game 1 of this 4-game set. They were swept by the Cardinals here in St. Louis last year. There's a strike.
2010, the last time the Rockies came to St. Louis and swept a 4-game series. I remember Jeff Francis was one of the winning pitchers, a ball to another.
Oh, good pitch. Hold the string, change in speeds, gets ahead.
Yeah, just what you want to do. Can make sure you command this first inning. And the big slider with downward tilt gets the strike.
Two and two. Been through this a lot, has Boone Logan. Trying to get that big first out like George talked.
Oh.
Like that one caught Paul Nart, the home plate umpire. And a right-handed batter in Grichuk, and then another lefty in Wong. The 2-2. Carpenter good at this as well. Doesn't always hit leadoff, but excellent at it. 54 walks on the season. That's tops on this Cardinal team.
Old school baseball player, the no batting gloves, pine tar.
That'll make the chairs. And it'll be pitch number 8 in the at-bat upcoming. Center, and that's going to be extra bases. Bounces into the stands. Boy, what a night. You saw the .228 batting average against left-handed pitching, and he's got 4 hits tonight, all against left-handers.
Yeah, and he got this one, got a ball out over the plate. Remember, we saw 2 wraparound sliders. Boone went fastball away. Not intimidated by the 6'6" Texan and that slow 3/4 arm action. Just drove it into right center and ended up bouncing into the seats. And so John Axford will come on to make his 34th appearance for the Rockies.
Tying run coming to the plate as Axford enters the game. Brings John Axford onto the scene, the veteran right-hander in a little bit of a slump, looking to turn it tonight.
And the thing is, you gotta give guys like this a little leeway, and in the respect that they're going to have some bad days, they're going to have some bad weeks. 16 of 20 and save opportunities. 30 innings on 29 strikeouts, 16 walks. Left-handers haven't done much. Right-handers have hit .263 against him.
Matt Carpenter with his first 4-hit game of the season for the Cardinals. In 21 games against the Rockies, he's a .315 hitter with 3 homers and 14 RBIs. Randall Grichuk, right-handed hitting center fielder.
0 for 1 in his career versus Axford with the runner at second.
1 for 4 tonight.
Last 3 ball games, you mentioned the slump. 3 1/3, 6 hits, 6 runs, 5 walks, 4 strikeouts. The walks playing a big role.
Yeah, the walks to the initial batter faced by John have really hurt.
Yes, fastball velocity is still there. The good hammer, as you look at it there, at 77 miles an hour for a strike.
Gave up a game winner Monday night in Chicago on a breaking ball that didn't do much, and Chris Bryant hit a 2-run homer. One ball, one strike. But nobody knows better than George Frazier all the years he spent in the bullpen. You have those rough patches and you work on it on the side. You think about it emotionally and you want the ball.
And your manager can really control your success. And what I mean by that, you show confidence right back in you, then you show the confidence back to the ball club, and Walt's doing that with Axford.
And didn't get the call on that breaking ball. 2-1. Earlier in the year, when John was lights out, the breaking ball would start about belt high to mid thigh and drop out of the zone. It's been hanging in this slump that he's experiencing.
You know, always try to teach young kids when you have the breaking ball to get the right angles with your arm and get the grip in position and let the grip do the work. A little finish out front. That fastball missed. You got a 3-1 count.
And a couple of dangerous guys after Grichuk and Wong and Peralta.
Not having a Matt Holliday to hit third in your lineup makes a big difference in the bottom of the ninth. I know Wong's a very good player, and but they didn't Matt Holliday.
But he'll come to the plate with the tying runs aboard and nobody out, and that's 4 straight games for John that he's walked the first man he's faced. And what do you do, George? Maybe you throw a few extra or a few less to try and
I think sometimes you get frustrated. You try to hunt the answer down too much, which ends up messing you up more than it does helping you. Guys that have done it for a long period of time have been in the heat of battle. Read the newspaper and have a cup of coffee the next morning, go to work. Last 3 outs of a game, the most difficult. You don't care who you are or where you are.
And Wong's going to make it a 1-run game. No.
They're going to hold it up. Carpenter did not get a good jump at second. Kind of soft jogged off the bag. Looking for that line drive, and Jose Oquendo, the longtime middle infielder and third base coach for the San Luis Cardinals, held everybody up.
And Nick Hundley trying to use all of his confident boosting power to try and help John Axford.
Well, you have to. You got to go out and make him feel confident. Wong now 2 for 2 against Axford, and Peralta will now come to the plate. Peralta in his career is 1 for 1 against John Axford.
A single tonight with a run scored and a walk. Carpenter doubled off Boone Logan. Grichuk drew a walk, and Wong swung at the first pitch and singled to load the bases.
A lot of the 43,000 left, the ones that stayed are on their feet. Peralta tried to ambush a fastball, first pitch. Good location by John to keep the ball down and away from him.
Peralta struck out his first time up tonight. 74 strikeouts on the year and more than 400 plate appearances. And the ball skips away, but the runners don't go. Again, Carpenter just didn't feel comfortable enough trying to score.
You wonder if he's anticipating the ball down or if they're playing it really safe not to be the out at the plate. Two different times you felt like he could have done something. This is a hard curveball that Nick went out and tried to keep in front of him. Carpenter made a big move. Long started to come behind him. Grenchick started to come behind him, the runner at second. The ball bounced away, thought about it, and then, you know what, not happening. And a smart move, rightfully so. You got your one of the RBI guys, your 4-hole hitter up with 49 RBIs in Peralta, and Hayward right behind him.
And nobody out.
Yeah, nobody out. You don't want to run into the first out of the inning at home.
2-1. Well, again, injuries are part of a game, and from the Rockies' perspective, the injury to Adam Ottavino, broken back, base hit. They will score one and score the tying run. Carpenter home, Gritchick home just ahead of the tag, Long to third. And as I said, the Rockies forced into changing their bullpen with the season-ending injury to Adam Ottavino. Looked like a down on the trademark.
Yeah, that got the ball out in the right center, not necessarily hit hard. That allowed it. Charlie gave a good charge out of center field, a strong throw to the plate. Just up the line, Piscotty able to score. This throw by Charlie, I mean, it is right on the money where you want it to be. But Piscotty just got back by the tag by Hundley. And now Jason Hayward, 0 for 2 in his career versus Axford, will come to the plate. The infield will have to come in.
Fifth blown save for John. Peter Kozma's pitch running for Peralta at first base.
Yeah, it could be an interchange at short also defensively for the ball club. Yeah, ball gets hit on the ground. Plays coming to the plate.
Infield in. Kozma goes to second with out a throw. Now the Rockies might choose to pitch around Hayward, but you've got the clutch hitting Molina after that.
They will do it, and Molina will get his chance to hit.
Well, you do it to set the force everywhere.
Second time tonight Justin Miller has warmed up down in the bullpen. And the Yachty chance started.
Just .238 this year with runners in scoring position. 3 for 10 with the bases loaded. Brandon Barnes gonna get an infielder's glove as the Rockies will go to the 5-man infield.
Now grab a glove from Daniel Descalso, a middle infielder, and they'll try to clog things up in the middle.
Molina has a single. He's also walked tonight. John Axford's come on and given up 2 hits and 2 walks, 1 intentional. Still nobody out. This would be the escape act of the year.
Molina has seen him more than anybody in baseball. Seen John Axford 3 for 16 in his career. 5 strikeouts for Molina.
Ball blocked by Hundley enough to keep Wong at third.
And what you said about Canely with Molina at the plate, he will work the by counts.
Yep.
He'll make you throw a strike.
Well, you take away the 4 on the intentional pass, you're still talking about 7 of the 15 pitches have missed. The 5-man infield hoping there's a ball hit right at him. Ball 2. Can double them up, which the first out has to be at the plate on a ground ball. Got to throw a strike. And that's ball. Wow. And Polnard good with the call. It was close, but it was out of the zone.
Yeah, Molina is, I guarantee you, going to make you work for this last out. I thought it was there on the corner. Paul Maurer shook the head no immediately. Not surprised.
Right. I agree with you.
Not surprised that Molina was swinging.
Said, I'm going to get one right down the middle. Got to find the zone. Good pitch. Kind of feeble swing there by Molina.
A contact swing that he takes at times. You see a lot of their games when at home in Tulsa, and he'll take a swing like this, not a massive swing, but a passive swing, and end up with a base hit a lot of times. And it helps him keep control of the head and the body. Let's see what he does here. Bases loaded, 3-2 count.
And Axford wants one more moment.
And I will tell you, Jack, this is not a fun spot to be in out of the bullpen.
No.
You've given up 2 and you're trying to preserve a win. You got nobody out and the bases loaded and a 3-2 count. And a guy with a watchful eye at home plate.
Here it comes. Shallow center. Blackman coming on, and they're going to hold Wong. And all the credit there to John Axford. Comes back from a 3-0 to get Molina, and for the moment keep the game tied.
And 2 young players in Garcia and Piscotty. It'll be on their shoulders to try to win a ball game.
Garcia get into a 3-6 fielder's choice as a pinch hitter last inning.
Yeah, switch things around on the infield now. They'll keep Reyes and Barnes. And Arenado on the left side of the infield. DJ on the right side with Paulson.
But they flipped. They had Brandon up the middle for the right-handed batter. Now with the lefty, they've got Reyes. And in fact, with Jose, they're going to move him now to the right of second base. Greg Garcia. Ball one. The best clutch hitter for the AAA club at Memphis for the Cardinals. And again, Axford making sure he's focused on what he wants to do. Working on the alignments of Blackman and Gonzalez in left center and right center. Went to 3-0 on Molina and came back to get him. This might be the pitch of the night here, George, because this guy's probably been told not to swing at this one.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You got a 2-0 count, and Kendo giving the one finger to say you're taking this next pitch. It's 3-0.
On a humid night, John Axford trying to find the right grip to throw a strike.
It may make him throw 3 strikes in a row.
Yep. And a strike called as Garcia thought he had won the ball game, and it was pretty similar to the previous pitch, and this time John got the call.
Yeah, he did get the call. A fastball maybe a little bit lower, but out of this forward strike zone. I'm glad he got the call. Now be consistent with it, though. That's all I'm asking. If he goes there again, call it a strike again.
Continues for John, and the Rockies lose a walk-off for the second time in 4 days. Carlos Villanueva gets the win. John Axford takes his 5th loss and his 5th straight blown save. Very tough tonight for the Rockies. Let's head back to the studio and Jenny Kavnar and Jeff Hewson.